Welcome to the City of Peoria Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission is composed of volunteer citizens appointed by the City Council. The Commission is the designated hearing body for a range of land use applications, including general plan amendments, rezones, conditional use permits, and amendments to the zoning code. Upon recommendation by the Commission, general plan amendments, rezones, and zoning code amendments proceed forward to the Peoria City Council for final action. For conditional use permits, the Commission will make a final decision subject to appeal. All hearings are conducted in accordance with the rules for procedure requirements to allow an impartial and efficient hearing, and all Commission meetings are open to the public under the Arizona Open Meeting Law. Each case will be called in the order in which it appears on the agenda unless otherwise announced during the meeting. Once called, City staff will give a presentation of the case, followed by a presentation from the applicant if they so desire. After the applicant's presentation, members of the public who have submitted a speaker's request form will be called to speak by the Commission Chair. The applicant may be called to provide additional information, clarification, or a rebuttal. The Commission will discuss the case, may ask additional questions, and take action. Any member of the public wishing to speak must complete a speaker's request form and hand it to the planning assistant at the end of the dais. When speaking, please limit your comments to a maximum of 3 minutes and try not to repeat statements already made by others. We welcome your comments, and as fellow citizens of Peoria, we thank you in advance for your participation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chair Waitman Powell, and I would like to welcome everyone to our November 6, 2025 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for our city, Peoria. We'll start our night off with a roll call. Commissioners, please indicate your presence once your name is stated. Vice Chair Villasenor.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Cottrell.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Agia.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Fighter.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Gaynor.
Present.
Thank you, commissioners. We have a full quorum. Thank you. I want to make note that this is the final call for speaker request forms. If you'd like to address the commission tonight, please fill out a speaker request form. We have them available right on the right side, right in the middle of our room. And then if you aren't able to grab one there, Mrs. Duffy will assist you, and she can take those or assist you with getting one as well. Thank you. I know we're all getting settled and everyone is grabbing what they need. I'll take a second. I want to be honest. I know a lot of people are here in the room to speak either in favor or opposition today. There is this saying, first to thy own self be true. And I know that this is not our city council meeting, but we usually have an invocation. And I do know that we can cut the tension for the room in here, cut the tension in this room tonight. And so as a pastor's wife, I just want to be true and take 20 seconds of prayer. If you would not like to pray, please join me in 20 seconds of meditation. And if you would not like to do either of those, please join me in just a moment of silence, as all of those are forms of unity and respect. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for all of the residents that are joined here today for one unified mission and one unified reason. All of us love the city of Peoria dearly. I pray that whether in favor or in opposition of this project, that we may do so in a civil manner and that we may handle this business efficiently and effectively. We thank you for all those who are gathered here today. It's in the name of our miraculous and mighty Father, Jesus the Christ, we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you. All right. The first item on our agenda will be our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are routine in nature and will be enacted by one motion. We have item 1C, which will be our minutes from our October 2nd meeting, and as we now have item 2C, which are the amended minutes of our October 16 meeting. Commissioners, do I have a motion for our consent agenda?
So moved.
Properly moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Properly moved by Commissioner Nate Cottrell and seconded by Vice Chair Villasenor. Could we please have a vote, commissioners? Thank you, Commissioners. Our motion passes unanimously. Now we will move on to our new business, which will be item 3R. Thank you. Which will be item 3R, which is our minor general plan amendment, case GPA 24-06. Staff, would you please present?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good evening. So the intent tonight would be to do one presentation for items 3R and 4R because they are related, and then at the end of the proceedings, ask for two separate actions, one on the general plan amendment and one on the rezone. Now, before I turn the presentation over to Lori, I thought it might be helpful in this setting to offer a few opening remarks on the role that each of the parties play in this process. Sometimes when we are in the community, there are misconceptions about the role of the city or the planning commission in the process. Particularly if a case is contested, we might hear, why is the city putting this here? Or why can't this project be stopped? Firstly, it's important to recognize that the city is not the applicant, and we should also note that any property owner has the right to request a change. They can put in an application, pay their fee, and call the question, so to speak. Now, the city has an obligation to uphold due process and ensure proceedings are fair and impartial. Equally important, the city has a duty to assess the proposal, and we do it through the lens of stated policies and regulations, professional judgment, and always with an eye towards balancing stakeholder interest. And we also have to do this within legal parameters. They guide us on what we can consider or not in a zoning analysis. This assessment or staff report is part of the public record, and it's informed through resident input. Now, the staff report is provided to the commission, and even beyond the print date, we get additional letters, and we do our best to catalog them and provide them to the commission. Now, the purpose, of course, is to make sure that the commission is best positioned to make an informed judgment. The Planning Commission, this body tonight, is comprised of citizen volunteers. They are fellow residents of Peoria. They offer us their time, their experience, and their insights on a case. And there is no compensation. We do feed them once a year, but there is no compensation. And no doubt it's a tough job, but we are immensely appreciative of their public service and the role they play in this process. But understand, they are not going to make a decision on this case. We are, however, asking them to hold a public hearing, take testimony, and make an official recommendation. That recommendation is then forwarded to the City Council. As the elected representatives, they are the final land use authority in the city. They will make the final decision. So tonight, this is how the proceedings will go. City staff will make a presentation. Then the applicant will be asked to provide their remarks. Then we move into public comment as part of the hearing, and then deliberation and recommendation. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lori Deaver, our Deputy Director of Planning.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Let me start with our two requests before you this evening. They have been submitted by Jason Morris of Withy Morris and Baugh on behalf of the Cibola Vista Resort and Spa. The site in question is approximately 17 acres located east of the southeast corner of Lake Pleasant Parkway and Pinnacle Vista Drive, the intersection, as you see on the screen, noted in red. At a glance, Item 3R is a minor general plan amendment. Item 4R is a modification to the existing Cibola Vista zoning to allow up to 302 multifamily units within this site. So that's the 30-second overview. Let's expand on what the requests are. First, item 3R is an amendment of a land use map within the general plan. It's from traditional residential with the density that you see on the screen to urban residential with the density that you see on the screen. Item 4R is a major PAD amendment for the same acreage. It has underlying zoning of resort commercial C2. They would like to modify that to multifamily residential. So for those folks with us this evening, whether they be behind us, watching online, I believe it would be fair to say not everyone is fluent in the planning jargon that you see on the screen. So as I'm going through the presentation this evening, I'll try to remove the jargon and include information about the entitlement process along the way to give more insight into how staff came to our conclusions. And while I don't expect everyone to agree with the recommendations, as Chris noted, staff's role this evening is to provide a factual analysis and recommendation to commission, who in turn provides their recommendation to City Council. Ultimately, it is the City Council who will make the decision on both of these requests. So let's unpack and start with what these two requests mean. Simply put, the applicant is asking to modify the land uses, the development standards, and the regulations that are applied to this property to specifically allow a multifamily complex at this location. Once staff receives a request such as this, we start by taking a closer physical look at the property and take stock of what's around it. So let's explore that for a moment. The site itself is 17 acres as noted. It is vacant. It is within the larger 243-acre master plan community known as Cibola Vista. For a point of reference on the map to the screen, you have the resort and spa immediately to the north, the former horse corral, to the northeast. You will see the wash condition along that irregular shaped boundary onto the south of the property. So to the east and to the south, you have single family as well. Directly west is vacant, followed by Lake Pleasant and then Pleasant Valley Estates. So when we look at the site in particular, things to know. This parcel is irregular in shape. As I noted, there is a wash corridor. 75 feet of that wash corridor is on this site in particular. There's an additional 75 feet on the single family pieces as well. So the wash is 150 feet in total. It bifurcates the site from the single family. Street frontage is limited to Pinnacle Vista, which is a signalized intersection, is approximately 160 feet away from that intersection. So that's looking at the site and the immediate surroundings. Let us take a look more regionally. You'll note there's a mixture of both residential and non-residential along Lake Pleasant Parkway. Starting from the south at Happy Valley and Lake Pleasant, that is known as the Four Corners, which is a regional commercial intersection. You have regional boxes, commercial on all four corners. As you head north on there, the next intersection, Jomax. 3 of those 4 corners have either future or existing commercial on them. As you continue to go north, as I noted, Resort is immediately north of the site. Continuing northward, you see Paloma Community Park. Also, you will see the Peoria Innovation Core, which is going to be a regional employment hub in the future at the Loop 303 and Lake Pleasant. So this site in particular is surrounded by 2 regional anchors. That's the non-residential side. So let's take a step back and look at the residential communities. On the screen, you see West Wing. Carencia is to the south, Pleasant Valley over to the west, Tierra del Rio, and there's others in area. Hence the mixture of both non-residential and residential. So the next step in the process in looking at these applications, staff does a deep dive on the property's history. So let's do that. From what we call an entitlement perspective, Cibola Vista has early beginnings in 1989, when it was annexed into the city and initially zoned, which is that perfunctory step that the state requires, into general agriculture or ag. That's a holding district until future development occurs. Cibola Vista, as we know it today, started in 2001. It's a master plan community, as you see. It was originally envisioned as 3.5 dwelling units per acre. The uses were ranging from low to medium density residential, resort, specialty uses on the commercial side. If you look at the screen on the graphic outlined in purple, you'll see parcel 9. The majority of this request fills that area. It was originally designated as medium density residential, and we'll unpack that here shortly. But initially it was planned for 105 cluster homes. Those homes were limited to 2 stories in height. The plan has evolved over time. The last most substantial modification, if you will, occurred in 2005, and that was for a major PAD amendment. So again, modification to the zoning standards. What did it do? It adjusted the land uses, it adjusted the unit counts, and the height maximums. So let's unpack that. You'll see on the screen the curvilinear street where it says 9A, 9B. 9A had already been changed from multifamily into C2 resort commercial use. 9B to the south of it was the subject of this application and converted the rest of the multifamily here to C2 resort commercial. As envisioned, it was to be 4-story timeshare units. There was no unit max associated with this. So from the original to now, a height change and a removal of the unit maximum. The reason being is normally timeshares are equated as lodging. They are not equated as residential from a land use perspective. The setbacks are as noted from Pinnacle Vista, the street side, 30 feet. The 95th Avenue alignment is on the western boundary of the site. That is also 30 feet. Setback from the wash was 20. Similar to what we're doing today, there was public outreach for that major amendment. It was ultimately approved by City Council in 2005. So let's talk about today. If someone was to come into us today, what can be built on this site? It can be either timeshares as envisioned, or C2, which allows a variety of other commercial uses in there. So let's unpack that one. Intermediate commercial C2 offers a range of commercial uses. We normally see this at our most heaviest intersections in the community. So think of Happy Valley and Lake Pleasant Parkway in that regard, or think of arterial and arterial intersections. You normally would have big box, grocery stores, retail, drive-throughs, gas stations, et cetera, in a normal C2. But as it was envisioned, it would be 4-story timeshares. And again, they're considered lodging, not residential. So if someone was to come in and do timeshares, they could go up to a 40-foot height allowance with the setbacks as noted. They wouldn't have to come back through commission, council. They could go straight into, 48 feet height, 4-story. Thank you for the question. So 48 feet in height, and they could go into site plan. So basically administrative process and go into construction documents. All right, so that is the entitlement. So the next step for staff is then understanding what the requests are. So let's go through the development proposal pretty quickly. As it is currently proposed, this is a gated community of 302 dwelling units. There is a mix of 2, 3, and 4-story buildings, as you see on the screen. Originally, the boundary, which is much smaller than you see, that is outlined, original boundary versus expansion area, and I'll talk about that in a minute. To address some neighborhood concerns, 2-story villas, as you see, are located in the expansion area. The most intense buildings, 4-story, are located Pinnacle Vista. So for those looking at the map, we have an engineered map a little bit more. So north is to the right on this one, west is pointing up, and then east is pointing south on this map where it says wash corridor. So again, 75-foot wash corridor on site. You can see the buildings and the intensity push back closer to Pinnacle Vista. These are conceptual renderings provided by the applicant. The architecture is consistent with the resort, the color palette, and the materials selected. These are as they are intended for this particular site. In terms of separation from the existing single-family. I did borrow this graphic from the applicants, but it is good to highlight in particular. So what is in red is an over 500-foot buffer from the 3-story buildings to the custom homes located south. As you can see, from building face to building face, if you will, 620 is identified. In blue, if you will, darker blue, from the 3-story to the lots to the east, there's over a 250-foot buffer between those two sets of buildings. They range up to 440, depending on which residence we're talking about. Finally, there's about 170 to 200-foot separation from the 2-story villas to the single family to the east. This was not the original proposal. Design alterations have been made, and greater separation has occurred, along with reduced heights adjacent to the neighborhood. So let's touch on that one. On this particular graphic, and it is reflected within the stipulations, you see 3 colors, if you will. The lighter closest to the wash, you have 1 height standard, and then it graduates back. So the closer the buildings are, the lower the heights are. So maximum 28 feet for the 2-story villas, 40 feet, and then 48 feet. So it steps back. So as I noted, that was not the initial proposal. This was. The 4-story buildings, as you see, ended up being approximately 300 feet away from the single family to the east. So over time, through communication with the neighbors, adjustments have been made. The expansion area was added, the units were spread out, and the intensity was shifted to the northwest. So when you do a side-by-side comparison, here's what the two look like. Original was 265 units with a much higher density. Current proposal, 302 units, reduced density. So original, 48 feet in height, approximately 300 feet away from the single family to the east. Now we have 2, 3, 4-story buildings, and you can see the separation distances. So let's talk staff analysis and get into the details. So first we start with the general plan. From all things come the general plan. With that said, the general plan is a policy document. It guides development, but it is not regulatory like zoning. It is different. So you'll see the terms like may, should, and encourage within the general plan. Why is that important? So let's talk about the evolution of the general plan designation on this property. When it was originally zoned, it was designated as resort development on the land use within the general plan. So what did that mean? The maximum density was 3.5 dwelling units per acre, subject to provisions. It allowed the hotel, casitas, timeshares, et cetera, as you see. As it was originally envisioned, Cibola Vista came out about 2.3 dwelling units per acre across the entire project, including multifamily and single family. So that did change. In 2004, the general plan was updated. That land use designation was removed because of the prescriptions set on it were incredibly hard to achieve. And so instead of one global designation across Cibola Vista, they broke it down into individual areas, if you will. So what did that mean? Instead of one, we had a few. Neighborhood commercial, medium-high residential, and low-density residential. So the area in question was considered low-density residential with a similar density range as you see on the screen with yellow. So when we went through the comprehensive general plan change in 2019, approved by council, ultimately that plan went to the voters in 2020. Low-density residential was translated to what we call traditional residential today. Same range, just new name. From an analysis perspective, it is important to remember when we have larger projects, we will look at general plan from a larger project perspective and not on an individual parcel perspective. If you were to look at it from an individual parcel classification, what is on there today is not reflective of what can happen, which is multi-story timeshares. So, an important note. The request specifically is to change the yellow, similar to the orange that you see on the screen, which is urban residential, higher density. So in that request, we take a step back and we look at the factors. Does this make sense? This site in particular has limited visibility to Lake Pleasant Parkway. So what does that mean? It is more difficult for commercial uses to occur here, given its distance away from Lake Pleasant Parkway and the signalized intersection. So does commercial work? It hasn't, because it's been in place for over 20 years. The property is irregular in shape due to the adjacent roadway and the wash that bifurcates it from the rest of the community. That natural wash creates a physical separation between the two areas. So let us dive a little bit deeper. Timeshares have no maximum density. The current density proposed is 17.7 DU per acre. As originally envisioned, was medium density residential at 6. So it is higher than originally envisioned. However, the design alterations identify a step down in intensity closer to the single family. When you look at it from policies and goals standpoint, the diversification of housing can be considered in the argument. However, home ownership, the own versus for rent, cannot be used to determine the merits of the request. As we have talked about before, the general plan is silent in this regard, and all housing types are allowed and encouraged within the city of Peoria. When you look at the housing goals in specific, this proposal does align with many of those goals and policies within the general plan. So when you combine the land use request with the actual layout being proposed, this provides a more appropriate transition than what is allowed today. So that's the general plan side. From the rezoning side, this is the property development standards, if you will. This is shaping of the box to what development can go into. So again, the request is to go from commercial services to multifamily. The original Cibola Vista had a lesser intense multifamily proposed on here. In '05, timeshare area was expanded. No density or unit cap. Maximum height was increased to 48 feet. In the discussion to council, it was noted that the commercial development standards are analogous to the typical multifamily residential. The height is the same, the setbacks are the same, the lot coverage is the same. They are identical. But again, the site has remained vacant, allowing commercial uses for 20 years since that modification. So in looking at the specific request itself, staff cannot factor ownership status and housing product type into the determination. What we're looking for is how those standards are applied on the site. And again, as I noted, no difference between the commercial and the multifamily standards that exist in Cibola Vista. The proposed building height is less than what it is allowed today. The placement provides greater separation than what it is allowed today. So when you put those two factors in, as it's depicted on the conceptual site plan and stipulated within the conditions of approval, there is less direct impact to the residents than what could be allowed today. So comparison side by side. In addition to, the PAD requires a 20% landscaping requirement. The proposal goes beyond that into a 25% landscape setback. So they're also adding on top of all those other design elements, additional landscape and screening. From an infrastructure standpoint, I noted the signalized intersection at Lake Pleasant Parkway. Primary access is from Pinnacle Vista. There will be a secondary access needed due to the number of units. The developer is working on a private agreement to provide access to Lake Pleasant Parkway. So that is noted on the screen as an arrow, kind of mid on that western side out to Lake Pleasant Parkway. A secondary driveway is potentially available on Pinnacle Vista, also would improve access to the site as well. All in all, the associated improvements meet the city's traffic impact analysis and access management guidelines. What I would also note is, and Brandon can speak to this more, that regardless of the use, whether it be timeshare or apartments, there is sufficient capacity within Pinnacle Vista to handle the additional vehicles for either type of use. The volume actually drops off once you get past the resort. That is the primary driving factor for the vehicles on the street. Switching gears to water and sewer. It is adjacent to the site, and it has available capacity to serve the proposal. So let's talk about community outreach. Let's start with the school district. So this is within the Deer Valley Unified School District boundary. And should the proposal go forward, students from this particular project would go to the West Wing Elementary and Mountain Ridge High School. Deer Valley was provided an opportunity to participate in the review. Since the packet has been published on your dais tonight, there is a letter of support received from Deer Valley Unified. So they are in support of both the general plan and rezoning request. And that is in your packet as added information. There has been extensive neighborhood outreach. Reminding the commission, we require one neighborhood meeting. 3 neighborhood meetings have been held, as you see, starting from 2004 forward. They've all been at Sunset Heights, and they've had various degrees of attendees from 82 to 10. Additionally, the outreach from the applicant has included smaller meetings with interested parties. What I will note is topics of concern were consistent across the meetings and the correspondence received. So let's dive into that a little bit more. In terms of public notice, we also do our usual notice of application and notice of hearing. We also do legal ad and site posting. This has been one of the most interesting cases in terms of level of outreach and level of communication from the community. It has garnered a lot of correspondence. So in terms of support and opposition, we typically talk about letters of support, letters of opposition. One thing to note, it's slightly misleading in that regard. We don't count every correspondence. What we do count is individuals in support, individuals in opposition. So this is an actual individual count versus actual letters. We've received more, we've received duplicates. So in your packet, when we provided that to you, 152 people were in support of the project, 92 in opposition. We received a petition and there was 1 inquiry. As you can tell on the dais, we've received additional correspondence since the packet has occurred. And as of today at 3 p.m., and I note 3 p.m. for folks, we have received 172 individuals in support of the project, 194 individuals in opposition. So what you see from the applicant was the original 152 individuals. They did a targeted outreach within Cibola Vista itself. 3 of those individuals had previously emailed us in opposition and then were provided letters of support. After the agenda, as I noted, 172. Some folks changed their minds in either direction. Some supported, went into opposition, came back into support, vice versa. What I would note is this is a data point for both, and just for reference for the commission. Again, we started with 92 individuals in opposition. The current count is 194. We also received a petition. I will note that change.org is an open platform with unrestricted access. In the packet, it identified about 1,200 signatures. 69% of those self-identified, if you will, within 3 zip codes. That information can be edited easily, so we cannot determine the validity of the information provided within that petition. Concerns noted across the correspondence include level of income from the residents, price of rent, noise, property values, and crime. I've identified them as socioeconomic concerns. These are subjective and not included within staff's analysis. So let's talk about that for a moment. When you have concern for crime, when we have looked at past calls for crime between the same number of single-family units and the same number of multifamily units, there was no meaningful difference found between the 2 sets. So it would be inaccurate to equate that multifamily means more crime. The data is inconsistent. So that is not an objective criteria that can be used. When we talk about level of future income for residents, again, doesn't mean or represent ability. It is subjective in that conversation. In terms of land use and trends, density and oversaturation. Density, they did address in terms of expanding the site, reducing the overall density. In terms of oversaturation of multifamily in North Peoria. In looking at the data, approximately 5% of the multifamily in Mesquite is there versus the other 95% of the multifamily units elsewhere within the city. So the number of units of multifamily in Mesquite is actually significantly less than other districts. So even if you were to consider projects that were up and coming and that have been in the news, the number of units coming out of there do not move the needle in terms of density of multifamily in Mesquite compared to other portions in the city. And for the next one, school district and increase in number and capacity, and concerns with capacity, excuse me. What I would remind folks, and we've talked about this a couple times, that under the Arizona Constitution and state law, cities are not authorized to address school issues, whether it be regarding funding, equipping of schools, or school size or capacity. Cities cannot factor that into the conversation. Those are delegated through the state, and they're the responsibility of the school district. As I noted tonight, a letter of support has been received from Deer Valley saying they are in support of both the general plan and the zoning case. In terms of traffic access, there were concerns on existing conditions and expected increase. As I noted, there is quite a bit of capacity still left within Pinnacle Vista, regardless of the use type being timeshares or multifamily. So there's capacity to service whatever vehicles that may occur out of this project. In terms of water supply, when you look at typical timeshares and their usage and multifamily, there really is no discernible difference from a water impact standpoint. Where there is ability to make changes to address resident concerns, that's in the design and layout, and that's where we've talked about that tonight. So again, proposal alterations, as I've noted, that you see on the screen. When you look at the proposal in comparison today, there is quite a bit of difference and movement in the design to address the resident concerns. So as we conclude our findings for staff, again, from a consideration standpoint, we are not able to include ownership status or housing type. We cannot factor that into our analysis nor our recommendation. Anything that is subjective in nature or matters that not within the city's legal purview also cannot factor into staff's determination and recommendation. So in our findings, what did we conclude? The general plan designation does provide for a transition that serves the residential and the more intense commercial along the way. When you take the land use and the layout, it provides a more thoughtful transition between the low-density residential, the resort, and the intensity along Lake Pleasant Parkway. It does meet many of the housing goals and policies within the general plan, including diversification of housing, so more housing options, and having those housing options closer to employment. When taken together, these are context-sensitive design solutions that provide lesser intensity than the current zoning. Possible actions for commission are identified on the screen. As Chris noted, there's 2 separate items, 2 separate actions. So that concludes my staff report. I'm happy to answer questions now or after public comment.
Thank you, Planning Deputy Director Deaver, for that efficient presentation. Do we have any questions? I know we also have the applicant here, so we'll probably have them before, but do we have any questions, commissioners?
Yes, I do.
All right, Commissioner Gia?
I know sometimes when there's multifamily housing, Section 8 is authorized. Is there going to be Section 8 authorized for this location?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the applicant can speak to that more directly. However, what the applicant has identified is luxury apartments. That is not something that can be considered in terms of our recommendation or in terms of commission's consideration. So the segment type of what is proposed is a market conversation. That's not something that staff can consider in the analysis.
And then I have another question as well, reference public safety support, because with the number of people and residents going up in that area, the closest police station is down, I believe it's off of Pinnacle Peak area. Is there any plans for future development to build another precinct? I believe your precincts are joined with fire. Is there any type of discussion on building something a little further north to support what's going on up there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is a great question. We are always looking strategically in terms of what is the need for the community. We do not have anything definitive to announce at this point in time. However, please know that we are looking forward in our land use conversations to figure out the next best area to provide public safety services.
And then just one more question, reference the schools. Is there conversations with the state about building more schools up there? Because like I have kids that go to Mountain Ridge and the classrooms are pretty full and overcrowded, and and I have friends who are teachers, and I'm just wondering if there's any discussions to build any type of high school further west.
Madam Chair, if I may, Chris, you want to highlight options?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, so again, as we mentioned earlier, this is part of the Deer Valley Unified School District. This is not Peoria Unified School District. So in the letter that we got from the Deer Valley Unified School District that's on your dais, they indicated that they, with a project of this size, number of units, they projected that this would generate about 30 school-age students for Deer Valley. And they also indicated in their correspondence this would be easily dispersed, the locations at different campuses within their boundary. But to answer your question more directly, I'm not aware of schools that Deer Valley is proposing right now, additional schools.
Thank you, Commissioner Gia. I just have a quick follow-up question because, of course, those were some great questions, Commissioner Gia. But is there something that we can assume? Because, we did get a lot of support from the Deer Valley Unified School District that maybe, I'm a mother, so maybe increasement of school resource officers, is that a possibility? That's not something with us, but I'm assuming as, the city is growing and more students would go there, and there may not be definite plans of expanding public safety yet. Is that something that's a consideration? Because of course, we're talking about 300 plus units, and I do think that question kind of made me think of those things as my kids are getting ready to go to school. They're in preschool now, but they're getting ready for school and just thinking about the elementary school and thinking about those things. You may not be able to answer, but it does kind of come to mind.
Chair, we'll probably phone a friend, and after public testimony, we'll circle back with an answer for you on that one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I would be hoping so because that will be an increase of students as well. I have Vice Chair Villaseñor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the proposed second entrance or access to Lake Pleasant Parkway, so that is an agreement that is in place or still under consideration?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, let me get back to the slide, and then I will start the conversation, and then I will phone a friend directly to my right here. So currently, the proposal shows one entrance point off of Pinnacle Vista. We are working with the applicant to secure a second driveway access point on Pinnacle Vista. Brandon can speak to any potential safety concerns with that secondary access. However, note that it meets our access management guidelines for that. What the applicant is also doing for an emergency access standpoint is working with the adjacent property owners to extend access out to Lake Pleasant Parkway as an option as well. So the driveway access off of Pinnacle Vista meets the needs from a traffic standpoint.
So this additional road that is still being negotiated for access to Lake Pleasant Parkway is not in place. That's what I'm hearing? And it'll be for emergency access only?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I will have the applicant probably put a finer point in that conversation.
Okay.
Our understanding is they're working with and getting tacked onto the existing agreement between both of those property owners so that they can use the same easement and access and build that out to Lake Pleasant Parkway.
Would you be able to do a left-hand turn from there, head south?
Commissioner, we would need to evaluate that during the site plan phase. So let us have the applicant speak to where the conversation is for that, and we will then address access and what configuration it may be. That would be a site plan conversation.
Okay, and so what if that isn't approved?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, sufficient access would be provided from the two driveway access that you see connecting onto Pinnacle Vista.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Oh, and if I
Go
could
ahead.
make one more comment, and this is probably a conversation for the applicant, but I'll put on my other chair. I sit on the Friends of Deer Valley Board of Directors, and I'm very aware actually of what's going on in the Deer Valley School District. And a lot of times developers offer a contribution per door that they're adding. Has this developer had those conversations at all with the school district?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, so again, the letter that I referenced on the dais,
Is all the information you have?
yes, Deer Valley has indicated that the developer has been in discussions with them, and they are working towards what they call a voluntary impact agreement.
It's exactly how it works, and it's actually been very beneficial to the area because the school districts are, that school district in particular, is feeling the squeeze up north versus south of Bell Road in Paradise Valley. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Villasenor. In queue, I have Commissioner Cottrell and afterwards Commissioner Gaynor. As we are on traffic, I do have a follow-up question as I know we have one of the best city traffic engineers right here with us. Was there a traffic analysis done on the current traffic at the moment? Because I'm a little curious about what the traffic is like at the moment and what the projected increase would be. So was there an accurate analysis done, Mr. Forey?
Yes, Chairman Waitman, Powell, and members of the commission, there was a traffic study that has been completed, submitted to the city and reviewed. The projected volume of traffic, the number of trips we say that will be generated by the site throughout an entire day is about 2,000 trips a day, which sounds like a lot, but it's actually a number that's spread out through the entire day. So when you're looking at the AM peak, the busiest hour of the morning, and the PM peak, busiest hour in the afternoon, it's generating about 120 or so trips in the morning and about 150 or so trips in the afternoon, which spread out over a full hour is a very small number of additional trips. The volume of traffic on Pinnacle Vista today is around 1,600 vehicles, and that additional increase of 2,000, once again, sounds like a lot, but the capacity of Pinnacle Peak is much higher. It's in the vicinity of 9,000 plus vehicles. So even when the site is constructed, Pinnacle Vista will be way underutilized, under capacity, and as Lori had noted earlier, once the traffic passes the resort at Cibola today, the numbers drop off dramatically down to fewer than 550 vehicles. And since the connection between Lake Pleasant Parkway and the site driveway is such a short distance, that increase in traffic is really only going to be realized basically from Lake Pleasant Parkway to that driveway entrance to the site. So it's going to be limited in effect, and we're still going to have an acceptable and definitely appropriate level of service of, amount of delay you'd be waiting at that traffic signal. So we're very confident that this is adequate, and this would actually represent build out of any access out to Pinnacle Vista. So we wouldn't expect any appreciable increase beyond this development.
Thank you for that. Perfect. And of course, this is not our concern because there were some concerns about the income level, but then I'm also just thinking, comes to mind that usually apartment complexes, I remember this from my time in regional property management, that they usually only allow for one parking slot or one parking space. And so we would say this is dependent of how many cars. It may not be like my husband and myself. We have multiple cars at the house, but usually one car per unit, correct?
Madam Chair, members of commission, the city's zoning ordinance dictates how many parking stalls per unit, depending on the number of bedrooms. And so on average, most units would have 2 parking spaces per unit, generally.
Okay, because the amount of bedrooms. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I will have Commissioner Cottrell and afterwards Commissioner Gaynor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to stick with the traffic questions for a second. And I know I'll save some of these for the applicant, and I see Sarah out there, excellent traffic engineer, by the way. Is the city allowed 2 things? One, if a stipulation was proposed that said that they had to coordinate with that neighbor to the west. So now that, if I'm not proposing that, but I just asked the question, is the city able to do that and request that coordination that's basically out of control for this developer?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cottrell, if you would look within Exhibit 1, in terms of conditions of approval, we have outlined that they should continue to work with the neighbors to the west for additional access.
But not required. I thought you had said that if that negotiation failed or the neighbor changed their mind, that the second point on Small Street would
Meets
be-
traffic requirements for
Meets
secondary
requirements.
access.
Okay. The second question in a similar vein is that signal there on Lake Pleasant. I know it's not technically adjacent to this project, but if that could be upgraded, a left turn arrow, adjust timing, use sensitivity, change the signal type, even though you're saying that peak specifically in the AM that is only, you said 120, that still means, 4 or 5 cars queued up waiting for a very short time frame on that. That signal is only seconds long right now. So there's the question. Could it be upgraded?
Chairman Waitman-Powell and Commission Member Cottrell, ask and you shall receive. I could talk about this for probably hours, but I will limit myself. You're welcome. The quick response I want to tell you is we have an adaptive traffic signal program coming on Lake Pleasant Parkway right now. Shortly after the holiday season, we're going to begin testing for implementation. And if all things go well, it will be in place March or April. So adaptive signal technology responds to real-time conditions and doesn't sit with the traditional fixed time or other traditional methods of signal timing. So it's going to be very dynamic and very responsive to traffic needs. So we'll just have to sit back and wait and see what happens. But to answer your question, an emphatic yes, modifications can be made.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cottrell. I've been a fan of talking about this adaptive signal technology for a while, and so hopefully, I don't know, we can get some commissioners to look at that and see how that works. Thank you. I have Commissioner Gaynor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have a quick question about the wash. Could you share with me, if there's strong rain and what's been studied as it relates to the wash?
Chairman, Commissioners, I will try to put on my engineering hat as best as possible. Please know it's coming from a planner in this conversation. This is a sizable wash with existing vegetation within there. It is a large bank in terms of 150 feet across. We do look for what we call the erosion setback and limits of the wash when we look at design perspective. All of the improvements would be well outside of those inundation, if you will, from the wash corridor. This wash is more regional in nature, as I noted. It goes through the entire Cibola Vista community, so it does bifurcate the community into both at this location and north. If you can see, that wash does continue past Jomax all the way down and further on. So this is a wash of regional significance in terms of size, but again, significant corridor at 150 feet separating out the two communities, this project and the single family.
Okay, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm charging it to your head, not your heart. I know we're so used to saying chairman, but we can say chair or chairwoman. I mean, my husband would raise an eyebrow and say, hey, what's going on? But it's okay. I know we're so used to having past chair fighter, and so it just rolls off the tongue. So thank you. I know that we have the applicant here.
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
Is there,
Commissioner?
I know we had a prior case with some of the same concerned folks just to the immediate south here. What's the plans for 95th Avenue alignment north of Jomax? Is that going to be abandoned? Is that going to be included? Is that a potential secondary exit? Is that required? Is it needed? I'll take any info on that.
Chair, Commissioner, so in terms of secondary access, 95th Avenue does exist in some condition. It is a smaller width. In terms of extending that for this particular project, that is not contemplated with the current design. So again, access for this project is being contemplated on Pinnacle Vista Drive. They are looking at secondary access on Lake Pleasant Parkway for emergency purposes.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Fighter. I know we do have the applicant here as well, and so if the applicant would like to come up before we go into public comment, please do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Morris, Withy Morris Spa, on behalf of the applicant. Pleasure to be here tonight. If I may, if we can just talk about logistics before I begin. In terms of my presentation, staff has done an excellent job and a very thorough job, so I'm going to try not to be redundant with the items that I mentioned. I think we'll go into a little bit more detail and hopefully address some of the Commission's questions that were just raised. I would also request 15 minutes after my presentation in order to be able to respond to any of the comments from the community, so we're able to address their questions as well. In terms of this development, I was fortunate to sit through, because I had an item on the agenda, the previous case that's been referenced adjacent to this property, and some of the concerns from that neighborhood. So in moving forward with this case, we don't come unprepared or unaware. And we also recognize, and I recognize this particularly after having done this for 30 years, when you receive a letter as a neighbor from my office, it's not always welcome. It's usually a sign of change. And it's usually a sign that vacant property near your home or near your property is going to be requesting some form of development. And that is extraordinarily difficult, especially when you've come to get used to an existing property type adjacent to you. So this reaction to change is not uncommon. The best versions of planning are holistic. And that means this doesn't really arise in communities where they've been master planned in advance. And what we're looking at here and what we're contemplating and what you've heard staff describe is essentially a 250-acre master plan that, instead of being planned holistically for 2025, has been piecemealed over the vision and over the time by ownership of that property, because largely it predates the residents, most of the residents who you'll hear from tonight, but also some of the property types that we're talking about and some of the concepts, certainly some of the employment in this area, some of the development that's occurred both north and south of this property. So what we're doing tonight, unfortunately, is somewhat of a catch-up, and we are right-sizing and right-planning this property. But ironically, as staff points out in their staff report, we're actually requesting a reversion to the original zoning, the original RM1 on this particular site. So bear with me if you will, but we're going to walk through not only what was proposed on this property previously, but also where we stand today. So you're now very familiar with the site. I certainly know this Planning Commission is aware of the location and also the surrounding properties, as well as the location of the resort immediately north of us. And I'll pause here just to say, this entire 250 acres really dates back and is the result of one resident's vision of what this property could be. It predates most of the residences that we'll hear from this evening. And the concept was there would be a mixture of uses on this site at this location. And that very first use was the resort use, the resort and spa, that was really before its time, but was the landmark in that area, and still to some degree remains the landmark in that area. And this case I have been working on now for almost 2 years is a result of the fact that the underlying owner selected this developer that I represent as part of the bigger picture of how, at his age, he would like to finish this project. And the vision that goes along with that project, I think in many respects, is actually something that the neighbors have asked for, and we'll see what that looks like. But this site, as I mentioned, almost 250 acres, is a master plan. It has changed over the years to reflect what we see today. But what's important to realize, and again, staff mentioned this, but I'm going to reiterate, even at its original 2001 PAD zoning, after it was annexed, there was a target density for that 246 acres. And that 246 acres was targeted for 3.5 dwelling units per acre overall. even with the request today, if we are granted the ability to move forward, we are still below that target. And this would put it at 3.3 dwelling units per acre. So we're not exceeding what was now a 25-year-old goal for this property and what was anticipated in this area. So when you hear tonight, I moved out here, there was nothing, I don't expect to see this, we never thought to see apartments. If you look at the 2001 case, even then it talked about a greater density overall than we're offering. And why is that density important? What does that lead to? Well, the idea is along this corridor, there is potential because of the employment centers both to the north and the south and the regional growth in this area, that this area can support retail and restaurants as well as multifamily residential to finish off the overall plan, because we are not short of single family residents in this area. And what do I mean by that? Well, if we look at the numbers in this area and the employment, we have TSMC that you're well aware of on a 1,000+ acre campus with that 6,000 jobs at build out. You're very aware of, from a Peoria standpoint, we have 104 acres for the original or the initial Amcor site, up to 3,000 employees. And then we have the innovation core immediately to our north that will generate jobs and will, by the way, not only create economic development, but also create that need for all types of a diversity of housing. I spoke a moment ago about how many single-family homes have been built. This is a very striking statistic, and that is within a 3-mile area of this site, in the last, I believe what we're talking about is essentially since 2009, so roughly 16 years, there have been just under 10,000 units, 9,169 single-family homes built in that 3-mile radius. In the same time frame, despite the tremendous growth of overall Peoria and West Valley population, there have only been 411 multifamily units built within that same time frame. That means that obviously the existing multifamily in the area is stressed because they have high occupancy rates, and we can see that 5.5, 4.5. That's practically full occupancy. And that also calls for that diversity of housing that doesn't exist in this 3-mile area. It's not just the applicant's opinion. These are planning principles of what you would expect to see in this area. That's a tremendous imbalance in the housing types. So as we look at the request that's in front of you, we are traditional residential, and we are asking to go to the urban residential. And as we look at this site, it's fairly clear this is an island. This site, the 17 acres, stands as an island, and we have commercial to our north, and we have commercial to our west. We have a wash to our east that separates us from the single family. So we act very much as our own land use. And because of that, and as staff pointed out, it's not an ideal commercial site by itself, because for commercial, you need visibility. Well, we don't have visibility from the arterial on Lake Pleasant, which is what you would want if you had a retail plan. And in fact, this property, much like the property you recently approved a general plan amendment on, went from traditional residential to a commercial designation, and you see that immediately to our east up against Lake Pleasant Parkway. So that is the appropriate land use change. Ironically, because that land use went through only a matter of months ago, it really does support what we're talking about with this land use change and justifies staff support of this application. But we're very much isolated. It's not an ideal commercial site because of its distance from Lake Pleasant Parkway, but it's also an imperfect site for additional single family and not appropriate for that use given its proximity to both the commercial and the light industrial, the flex office that's immediately adjacent to us that just went to City Council. In terms of the zoning, it's currently now C2 resort commercial. And you heard some of those intense uses that are allowed by right. But more importantly, you heard that without a single zoning change, this property can be developed with several, almost unlimited. It's really, you're only limited by how many buildings you can place on that property based on the setbacks, which are minimal. But it's 48-foot tall buildings throughout that property. And we are asking for RM1 or a reversion back to the RM1. But the premise and really the story behind this is, from a neighborhood standpoint, you can either have the zoning that exists today with minimal setbacks, minimal landscaping, and the ability to do 4-story buildings throughout that property without restriction to balconies, without restriction to height, without restriction to view corridors and privacy. Or with this application, the applicant recognizes we need to do something better. We need to go above and beyond, which is why you see a series of 2- and 3-story buildings as well as 4-story buildings at less density with greater setback. To get a sense of what that would look like as it stands with the existing zoning today, this is the by right resort site plan. It's easy to recognize the shape of those buildings, the series of multiplex buildings. They're 4-story buildings. They look like small stars. You can see, if you look at the existing Cibola Vista development, it's just a replica of those buildings along the trail and along the buffer adjacent to the single family. And importantly, it extends all the way north and south in that corridor. We believe, as staff believes, that this is an inappropriate use of the property, and the plan that is before you is a superior land use plan, not only for the diversity it adds, but also for the protections it adds to the neighborhood. We were also asked to render, and we use this in some of our neighborhood meetings, to see what does that plan that we just showed you look like from the trail, from the neighborhood. What would the neighborhood be looking at, and what kind of proximity are we talking about? And this is a result of that plan. As you can see, it is intrusive, it is quite tall, and it is, without exception, in the buffer that we've created on our plan. So completely antithetical to what planning would ask for and would want to see. And it's not surprising, given the idea this is a 20-year-old plan that was adopted before those residents were in place. So we started with a multifamily plan, and we looked at what was possible on that property, but we also recognized we wanted to create a greater buffer. So our initial plan now, a year ago, a little over a year ago, but this plan was developed close to a year and a half ago, what impact that plan would have. And this was the first thing we met with the neighbors to discuss. And we thought, in terms of the height of these buildings, it would be better to start at 3-story. We had some single-story buildings along the perimeter, and we also had some 4-story buildings on the other side of that wash. This is the meeting that I think in your notes reflects how many. We had about 82 members of the community. They were not entirely pleased to see us, and they were not entirely receptive to this plan. But not surprising, this is a significant change. But we were also asked at that time not only to go back, not only to go away, but to come back if we were interested and do something more sympathetic to the existing land use. So after a series of different plans that were developed, we came up with this design. And this design, importantly, didn't just come from the developer. It didn't come from the landowner. It came from a community meeting, one of our last community meetings. And we were asked, in the confines of a living room of one of the residents, to push the development away from the south and to push any of the intensity to the north and to the west of this property, and to buffer wherever possible with lower scale buildings more in keeping with the height of the single family immediately to the east, which we did. So if you look at this plan and what was created, you can see there is no development on the southern end. That building has been removed entirely. The buildings further to the north are isolated and blocked by either one-story buildings or two-story buildings along the perimeter. And you'll also see a significantly enhanced landscape buffer along that wash corridor. So that as we look at some of these renderings, you recognize that you've pushed things further away. You've also included land that was excluded from the last land use plan. And the reason we did that is we were asked by the neighbors to take all of the if this was to be developed, there was a concern that the last piece of land that wasn't planned would somehow be more intense if it wasn't incorporated. And they didn't want to see, if it was left out, it would still have the ability to have a 4-story timeshare building on it. So we incorporated additional property, took that piece, lowered our overall density, and committed to 2-story buildings on that additional property. So what did the renderings turn out to be? The renderings mimic the architecture and design of the existing Cibola Vista Resort, but update it with a better use of materials, a better use of color, and a more modern design in terms of the architecture. So this gives you a sense of what that look from the main the collector would be and what the main entry would look like. But we were also asked to design buildings that we hadn't thought about and weren't included in the original design. So you see buildings B and building C, the 3-story and the 2-story design. Those are meant to match the initial buildings, but also meant to match the architecture and design and color scheme and overall pitch of the community itself. Again, it's a 250-acre master plan, and this is what should have been done originally back in 1980 if we had been able to see everything that would occur in that time frame. So what does that do from a rendering standpoint? Well, as we look from the south and some of the large lots on the south, on the top we see what the impact of the original plan would have been and the proximity of buildings in the original plan. And on the bottom slide, you see the updated site plan, how far those buildings have been pushed, both to the west and to the north, away from residents, and the additional landscape along the trail, so that it's minimized, the distance is increased, and the impact is lessened tremendously. And what does that look like in real life? As we look at these homes and the impact this has on the existing homes, how far away we are, and what we were able to put in between. I'll also point out, from this vantage point, you are looking at about an 8-story, you're 8 stories up looking down. So your ability to see into the proposed project is significantly more than you would see at the street level or what you would see from these homes. And in fact, one of the other things that's really noticeable from this exhibit is in terms of privacy and any form of intrusion, the ability to view into these homes and the proximity of backyards is much closer to the trail as it exists today when you're running or biking or hiking along that trail and looking into backyards than it would be from anything that's proposed on this property. And as you can see, much of the view fencing or much of the fencing on the residential is view fencing, as we see from this exhibit. We've also done some conceptual perspective so that you understand and you have from a neighbor's perspective what this looks like from that same wash area and trail. And we've gone out of our way to show the existing landscaping so that you can see the buildings. But we're also going to show the landscaping that's proposed. It was important we do both because if we just showed you our proposed landscaping plan, it almost looks unreal. It looks like we've intentionally just covered our buildings. So we wanted to show you what it looks like sort of in a before and after stage. So on this site, you get the prior to landscape enhancements, and you can see in the bottom key where this picture is taken from along the trail adjacent to the residence, and the distance, and you're looking at a series of the 3-story buildings and some of the 2-story buildings. And then what happens when our landscaping package is layered on top of that rendering? It virtually makes it unnoticeable from the street level. This is an exhibit you've now seen twice, but it gives a very good sense as to what is being proposed and what we are stipulating ourselves to. In terms of that, you see two things. First, the distance from our property line, which is what we are stipulating to because it is a line that cannot move. And then you see the distance from the homes themselves to some of the nearest buildings, whether they be 2-story, 3-story, or the furthest building, which is a 4-story building. So you get a sense of that distance and separation, in some instances, literally over a football field away from either property lines or homes. And what have we done on the interior? So one of the things that came up consistently with our outreach was a concern that residents of this community may at some point take advantage of existing amenities within the rest of the Cibola Vista community. And again, I have to go back. If this were planned as an original 250-acre master plan, this would not be an issue. And I'll also go so far as to say, if in fact this building existed today, nobody would think twice about it. It would be greeted in much the same manner as the existing Cibola Vista 3- and 4-story buildings because they exist today and it is a part of the landscape. But we were asked specifically to create our own amenities, to make sure that none of the amenities within the larger Cibola Vista area were overrun by these residents. So you'll see there's a series of either open space, tot lots, lawns, dog parks, all within the community that we're creating to make sure that it's self-contained for the benefit of the neighborhood. We have also agreed, based upon the outcome of this case, the neighbors have asked that we not provide access to the trail from our community. That was a difficult, because we see this area as an amenity, and being on that trail is in fact an amenity for the overall community. But we also recognize there were concerns about the use of that trail overall, and to some degree the thought that the contribution to this community is not worth having some of the residents actually access the trail. Obviously, we're not creating a block to the trail they can walk around. There are other ways to get to the trail, but we will not be providing direct access to the trail if that is the desire of the Planning Commission and Council. We've also looked at, as a result of these meetings that we've had with the community, and that is not to say that the community is going to be here in support singing our praise. What I'm showing you and the concessions we've made because the crowd that would have been here tonight would have been much larger had we not worked with the community to redesign, had we not worked with the community to create these amenities, had we not worked with the community to agree to change the fencing plan. So that instead of being just view fencing, there are areas of solid fencing with view fencing on top. Things that resulted in community support, and I have to say that community support sometimes means that members of the community stay home. It doesn't mean that they come to the dais and sing our praises, but there were things that we've done, and we hope that it's recognized that we've made several concessions throughout this process. There were questions about the units themselves. We wanted to show you a sample unit just so you get a sense of the level of finish, the level of amenity, either the flooring, the appliances, lighting. This is certainly at the upper levels of what you would see, and it's modeled after some of the nicest communities in the valley. Traffic is a considerable issue. And we heard this from the very first meeting we've had, and we heard your questions this evening, which all track along the same lines, which is, what will this do to the traffic? The first thing I will say is that at build out, we are still 36% less traffic than the existing zoning and the existing land use. If it was developed as a timeshare or resort hotel, which is the category for traffic, it would have 36% more traffic than what we are proposing with this development. And I say that because I have no doubt you will hear from the community, we love the idea of a timeshare. We're used to the timeshare, it's there, bring us more timeshare. And I think there's I'm sure a lot of truth to that, but I also think that the heart of that comment is also, please bring us anything that you're not offering us tonight. But as we look at the roadway capacity, that is actually more significant. And we heard the city mention in their comments in response to your question what the projected capacity is. So as we look at the roads that are impacted and the traffic report that we have done, that's been accepted by staff, and you'll note that there's an additional requirement that we have a final traffic study before this is built. Each of the roadways, Lake Pleasant Parkway, we're looking at the average daily trips as well as the estimated average daily trips in 2033, as well as Cibola Vista South. In every instance, we are well below the capacity for these roads at ultimate build out. So this is not contributing to a traffic scenario that is somehow exacerbating bad traffic or creating gridlock, or, as you heard from staff, changing the level of service, which is really the key. The level of service does not change. It's not endangered by this. I will say there's going to be more traffic for two reasons. One, it's dirt. So virtually anything that is built on this is going to generate more traffic than is there today. But secondly, this is one of the most dynamic parts of the valley, the entire metropolitan area. You saw in the earlier slide what is occurring here. This is an area of growth. But that's part of the reason we need this diversity of housing. There was also a question, a very good question about that access point, where that secondary access may be. And this shows the three access points beyond our main access point. So as we see, I think there was a question about the alignment of 95th, I believe it is. And you see that access point going down to Jomax. That is a fire access, meaning it is not a permanent access. It is not a usable street. It is just an emergency access for emergency uses only. There was also a question, Commissioner Villaseñor asked specifically about the access to Lake Pleasant Parkway through the existing Flex Office and Prestige Development, or former Prestige Development. That access between those two parties is already in place. That agreement has already been reached. The only change is adding our property to it, and there is an agreement in principle to do that. The reason it is not executed is because we are not zoned. They are literally just awaiting city council approval before we finalize that agreement. Importantly, that agreement also calls for the future median modification. I know you specifically asked, Madam Chair, Commissioner Villaseñor, about access to Lake Pleasant Parkway and whether that would include a left, whether that modification could occur. So you're correct. If for some reason that could not occur, again, staff has already required that we have secondary access, and this shows where that alternative secondary access would be, which is east of our primary access. Citizen participation, and I promise, Madam Chair, we're getting to the conclusion of this, but I think it's important to discuss this, because having sat through your previous cases and seeing where cases have gone wrong, we have gone out of our way to go above and beyond in terms of the number of meetings that we have created, the one-on-one meetings, the small living room meetings, and the door-to-door work that has been done. But I'll also point out that cases that have failed in the city of Peoria in this area have been attacked on this issue more than any other. with the idea that either there were lies, there were mistruths, there was forced signatures, that people were told one thing and delivered another. So one of our speakers tonight is actually the director of the outreach that did the door-to-door work, because I want you to be able to ask the director of that company exactly what was said. But more importantly, we also have for you exactly what was signed. And I have no doubt, because I've done this once or twice, there are going to be people who are pressured one way or another. And if they've signed a letter of support, they will withdraw that support. If they've signed a letter of opposition, they'll change their mind, as they did here in some instances, and sign a letter of support. Neighborhood continuity and the impact your neighbors have is very significant, and we get that. But what's more important is that we do this correctly, and we do this well, and we do this in a forthright manner. So you'll see there are only 5 bullet points on that letter, and the letter begins with, "I support the multifamily." More importantly, there's a picture of multifamily in the flyer that they received. So there was no bait and switch. I completely understand and respect people's willingness to change their mind one way or another, but we stand behind every signature that we received, and we are happy to have anyone question from the group that we've worked with, because we've worked with them for a tremendous amount of time, and they've done other projects for us in the past. I promised I was concluding. In terms of where we are, we're delighted to have staff support. That did not come easy, and that is a result of looking at the land use, the larger patterns in this area, understanding what's needed, and more importantly, understanding what's missing in this area. Also looking at the economy, the local economy, the micro local economy, and seeing what's missing. Residents in this area call for new retail and new restaurants, and the recipe for that is a housing base that is a diversity of housing and more than just the existing single family that's there. So in order to support local jobs, boost that economy, create high quality residential that will not be and is not eligible for Section 8. But still, from a design perspective, on our little island between the roadway and Flex Industrial and the Wash, creating a buffer and a design that is better than the existing, and that's really what we're being judged against. Is it a better plan than exists today? And we think we've shown to you, and staff agrees with us, it is. So thank you for your time. I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you so much for that elaborative and very, very effective report. I know we've been going a while, so what I'll do is I'll take commissioner comments and questions, and I really want to give all the residents the respect and time to have their comments and have them speak too. So what we'll do is after we do commissioner questions and remarks, we'll do a brief 5-minute recess so no one has to miss their spot, because we've been going for an hour and a half. So I will do a 5-minute recess and we'll come back, and I want to give that full time to all of our residents, if that's all right. Just a few comments that I have is, thank you, because I see that you did effectively try to mitigate traffic and have a request for that, even though that's not completely sure, but I see those plans in place. And I also like the fact that for a growing city, there's going to be a little bit more diversity of housing. I see that you really tried to have attainable but luxury housing, not changing the character, because I think of the neighborhood, because I think we have, in Peoria, we do really like to preserve the character of the neighborhood. So I do see the matching colors, which I do think is thoughtful. Now, the only thing I cannot wrap my head around is, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand, the trailhead is a public trail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, just a point of clarification, you were asked by residents to not allow direct access to a public trail.
Madam Chair, if I can give a little bit more of the
Okay.
background. Frankly, the existing residents adjacent to that trail do collect CC&R dues, community dues, and part of those community dues are used to maintain that trail. And there was a concern that their investment in the trail would not necessarily be respected by new members of the community coming in. And in response to that, we've done two things. One, at their request, we will remove the access if that is the direction we get from the Planning Commission and the City Council. And the second is to make a voluntary contribution per unit to the trail system and the maintenance of that trail system as being part of the master plan community. We recognize the optics of that are not ideal from a larger community standpoint. It's not our intent to deprive our residents of that access. And we recognize they can go out our front access and walk around and ultimately get there, like many members of the greater Peoria community do. But we were trying to be sensitive to the fears and concerns that we heard. So that is what we came down with, but we're certainly going to abide by whatever the Planning Commission believes is the appropriate use.
Okay, thank you for that elaboration. I just want to paint a brief picture here. Let's say there's a traveling nurse who decides to get an apartment because this is the best option for them. They're always traveling. They want to walk their dog, and then someone says they're not allowed to walk their dog on this public trail. For me, that's a little hard to take in. I don't want to feel like we're going back in time here because it is public space. But what I do believe is that we do have to take into consideration those fees. And so the contribution is something that I would like to track, making sure that if this project does move forward, that there is a contribution per unit, because that would be the fair thing to do, right? And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that may be something that, you know, if this project moves forward, that I would like to see tracked, because correct, if you're a homeowner and you're maintaining the trail, this is going to be a concern. And so I do think that that is a great way to mitigate it. And I think I've never heard of something like that in my time of planning and zoning. But I think that is a great way to mitigate that, because that it would be the fair thing to do. And so I want to take any other commissioner comments before we go for a 5-minute recess. And then I want all that time to go to our residents. Okay. Commissioner Agia?
Seems like the trail is going to be a subject to talk about. So reference the trail, and you guys are putting up the trees to kind of give the buffer. Working in law enforcement and whatnot, we usually work with a lot of apartment complexes, reference the environmental design. And I'm just wondering, did you guys work with the local PD for that design to make sure that where those trees are placed doesn't make the trail too dark, or just to make sure that it's still safe for people who are using it in the early morning hours or in the evening?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I should have mentioned that during the initial comments, but yes, one of our design reviews as we were doing this internally is a CPTED, the Community Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. So yes, the landscape plan, just like the building plan, went through that to make sure that even where we have additional landscaping, that's lighted, and there are also corridors where we're not creating narrow corridors or areas that can't be viewed from one side or another. Even the areas where we're showing the additional landscaping, the large trees, is visible from the trail. So the other side of that will be a wall that's either some view fencing or solid wall, so you're not creating alleyways for that reason.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gia. Commissioner Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. I started with 3 questions. Now I have 3.5 questions.
I'm going in the wrong direction.
But they're quick, and 2 of them are traffic related, and the third is that same trail. So,
Madam Chair, Commissioner, should I summon somebody who's more expert than myself?
let's talk about the trail first.
Okay.
So it's my understanding that this parcel of land is part of the master 250 acres you keep referencing, and makes payments accordingly to that overall HOA fees. And so you mentioned that you were volunteering payment to assist maintenance on this trail. Is there already an obligation for this property to help maintain that trail?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no. because this site was actually one of the original sites and it was shown as the timeshare, if you think about how the timeshare would have been sold to individual unit owners or timeshare owners for a period of time, there wasn't an obligation on this original parcel. So it's a voluntary contribution that we've made. Much like, and I'm sorry to conflate this with another question, but much like the voluntary contribution that we have committed to, because I think that was a question, with the school district itself.
Okay. And the landowner would be willing to put that in some contractual form, I'm assuming?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. The two traffic questions, and maybe they are appropriate for your traffic engineer. One is, and maybe you can go back to your slide. You had those traffic counts, daily traffic. Right there. So here you're indicating ADT 2025, Pinnacle Vista Drive on the bottom of the chart, 1,624. So that's, I'm assuming that 1,624 is the current traffic with no development on site on Pinnacle Vista. And then up above, you're saying this project is going to generate 2,035 ADT on top of that.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would ask our traffic engineer, that is one of two things. That is either showing the background traffic without our additional traffic, because I think we show our trips per day, or it is with our trips per day. But my sense is that's probably the background number.
That's really the question, because it was surprising to say if it's 1,624 now and you're adding 2,000, that's a big change, and that's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, as I often say, I may not be right, but I'm always certain. So
Okay.
I'll say that is the background traffic. And I think we probably have a better
Mr.
source.
Foray, are you agreeing with that?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commission Member Cottrell, that is correct. That is background traffic.
Okay. Looks
So
like
that's the projected
Sarah's in
growth.
agreement too? All right. And then on the access straight to Lake Pleasant Parkway, you note that as future. Is that, or would you be willing to say that that's part of this development, so that when this comes in, it's no longer future? Either you're going to build it or the flex space next to you is going to build that left in, left out.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we have had numerous conversations. It's very important to us that access exists, but we also recognize it's controlled by the two parties that have agreed and have already created it. What they have shared with us is that they are willing to allow us, obviously at a cost, to enter into that agreement, and we would be part of, in that case, a three-party agreement that has access. We believe that it's essential, and we actually think it's appropriate to have that access, but we were also told it's premature. You have not been approved for this use yet. So should this be approved, we have no problem being stipulated to that.
Okay. And then last one is the half question. If you go to your slide on the trail, the imagery that you had there,
Trail.
it had the little manatees on the. Keep going.
Let's see.
There. Your number 6 there, the Arizona Trail. This isn't the Arizona Trail, by the way.
We were trying to give context, Madam Chair and Commissioner. At some point, there's some design consideration. We wanted to keep you awake. You actually spotted, this is the Where's Waldo portion of the slide.
Right.
So congratulations. You noticed
It's a
that.
beautiful sign, but this isn't it. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for shaming me.
You know what? I can appreciate that about Commissioner Cottrell. He will spot those things. Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Villasenor.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up because I was like, I didn't know the Arizona Trail went right there. How cool is that? So I'm glad we clarified that. So let's talk about the trails since we're talking about the trails. So I just want to understand. So the applicant is contributing to some maintenance or upkeep of the trail, but not allowing their residents direct access.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Villasenor.
Because the thinking is that-
when you say
It doesn't sound good.
When you say it, it doesn't sound good. And I recognize why that may be a concern. What I will say is the reality of whether we have direct access from this property to the trail, or whether our residents walk on the sidewalk that we're building and access the trail. They're going to use the trail. It's making it less proximate. It's making it a little bit more inconvenient. So you may lose, very unscientifically, 5% who really want to be on the trail,
Yeah.
but they can't be bothered. But we do recognize the reason we're willing to make the contribution is because we recognize we will ultimately be putting residents on that trail.
For sure.
So that's fair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just wanted to make sure I understood what was happening. The average cost of rent that you're projecting, I realize that could change by the time it's built, but what would it be today?
They are, and we have a slide that talks not only about our profile of our renter, also some of what our renters will be going through, because I have no doubt you will hear some of the concerns about who our residents may be. But these existing rents, even as they stand today, are on par with some of the mortgage payments immediately surrounding us, and they're in excess of $2,000 a unit.
For like a two-bedroom or?
It's a series of a one-bedroom. The two-bedroom units would likely be more than that.
Okay, so 2,000 is around the average.
Yeah, we're actually performing in excess of 2,000.
Okay. You had mentioned that the road for the access to Pinnacle Peak, or I'm sorry, to Lake Pleasant, is verbally agreed pretty much, but you're waiting on the zoning. Is it that owner that is saying he wants to wait till the zoning is in place? Because I don't understand why agreement can't be done and just be null and void if you don't receive the zoning.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'll give you a very practical reason as to why we're this.
Okay.
It's an agreement in principle because in order to adjust the existing agreement between the two parties who control that, it would require lawyers who we all know charge too much and aren't worth what they charge. So in this instance, rather than open up the agreement and do drafts with all three parties hiring their attorneys to do so, they've agreed in principle, and as soon as it is approved, it will then be drafted.
And in that, will part of the agreement be who builds out the road and does the improvements? And who would that
Madam
be?
Chair, Commissioner, yes, it is a matter of it becomes a matter of priority. It is the first to build, has the largest responsibility.
Great. Two more things. I mentioned the Deer Valley School District. Can you share with me your conversations in terms of that?
I can. Madam Chair, Commissioner Villasenor, we met, again, going on 2 years ago with the school district leadership and discussed what would be anticipated if we were to move forward. And there were really two questions. The first was, is capacity going to be an issue based upon what's being planned on this site? And secondly, what type of contribution should be made to offset any impact we would have? The answer to the first is by 2028, they are very confident that given the low number, in fact, the ratio of students who will ultimately come out of a 300-unit community is minuscule. The number of 30 is actually based upon a ratio that they no longer use because they've said in the last 10 years they found a much lower ratio of students coming out of multifamily communities. There's also the fact that they are now competing with private schools and charter schools, and there are other options. So the first question was answered in the positive that yes, we are confident that we can find, because where we need to redistrict or reboundary, we'll be able to accommodate any students. Secondly, there was a request for a per unit contribution. That per unit contribution was not negotiated. It is something that the Deer Valley District has done with other developers, and we agreed to the same number as every other developer.
Wonderful. That's great to hear. Regarding my last question regarding community outreach. So there was a map with some dots on there. Is that supposed to signify the support? And is that all the letters that I think you counted that you have?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, I believe. I can go back to that exhibit, but I think what you're discussing is that is exactly what occurred. There are dots. It's a little bit of a heat map showing where those support letters were generated. And that's just the door-to-door work. Obviously, there was other neighborhood meetings. And then we also show the letter itself that was signed, and we have copies of all of those.
Okay. I bring this up because I received one of those text messages, and I do not live anywhere near that area.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the text messaging was much wider. It was almost Peoria-wide to make folks aware of this case and whether there would be support for that. And you're not, I actually received some correspondence from folks who lived further away, but thanked us for making them aware of this.
Yeah, I wasn't opposed to the information. I just wanted to make sure you weren't driving letters of support from people that live far away. So that's why I was asking about the full number of letters of support. Is that all represented in that one graphic?
Yeah, in fact, you'll see on that graphic, there are two different numbers. There's the number of signatures, what we call wet ink signatures of support from that community, and we have the location of those. And then there's a separate number that says additional Peoria residents. That would have been generated, and that's a relatively small number. I think there were only 15 to 20 of those letters of additional support through the text messaging.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are actually great clarifying questions. And just a point of clarification that I want to mention is just an understanding that we have that public trails are for everyone. For me, I'm a little bit sensitive because just denying of access, I just don't want to feel like we're going back in time. Like, they can be on the trail, but they can't. And so I'm actually a little bit stunned that that was even brought up. And then I want to thank Vice Chair Villasenor for the thoughtful question of asking about the projected rental pricing. I mean, if we're going to talk about an average of $2,000, that's going to be about the same as mortgages or just a little bit higher. So I remember the comment about, the socioeconomic status of some of those residents, but if they're paying more than your mortgage, at least for me, we buy because we don't want to pay those high rental prices, then I don't think that should be a concern. I think, as long as we stress that these are apartments, they diversify housing, but they are more on the luxury end, I think that is, something that can definitely be highlighted. So just want to thank her for that thoughtful question.
Thank you.
And I want to hand it over to Commissioner Gaynor.
Thank you. I agree with the discussion around access to the trail. I think it sets a dangerous precedent, and it is a public trail. So I'm sure we'll have that discussion a little bit later. But I have a question about the trail and safety for the residents. So if there was a trail, access to the trail, with all the landscaping and everything that's going to go up, would it be unsafe at later hours or very early hours for people to access that trail from the property? And would it be safer for them to go around, in the lit area, the long way? And that's I think you can respond to that now, but I think that's a question we have to discuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. The only comment I'll add to that is that if there was access, it's going to be fob activated. So you wouldn't be able to access the community from the trail without having a fob to be able to get in through the gate. So from that perspective, it's secure. The question of where we place those access points will really be in conjunction with the park system so that they're comfortable with the access points.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to have, I think, more questions later, but I don't want to, I want to give an opportunity for the rest of the participants to participate. So
Thank you.
I have my questions. I have them written down. I'm not going to forget them.
Thank you. Commissioner Fider?
Thank you. My questions is for, I'm echoing, Mr. Forey. It sounds like Pinnacle Vista has plenty of capacity. Have we looked at what happens to the traffic on Pinnacle Vista if they do get that additional entry point off of Lake Pleasant? Because I assume that brings those numbers way down.
Chair Whitman Powell and Commissioner Fider, it's not it's not known what the impact would be. I wouldn't suspect the volume to change dramatically. The bigger impact on traffic volumes would be for the developments along Lake Pleasant Parkway. That was the original push for that median break in access, was those sites along Lake Pleasant Parkway had very poor access. It was a kind of a secondary or maybe even tertiary bonus to be able to get the secondary access to this site via the Lake Pleasant Parkway access. So we haven't projected any vehicles utilizing that access since it's not established yet 100% at this time. So it could bring those volumes down a little bit, but it would be a highly unscientific guess at this point.
All right. My next question is for Mr. Hawkes. In the proposed stipulations, could we stipulate that they would have to contribute some level to the maintenance of the trail system? Could that be an added stipulation?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I don't, they could certainly commit to, from a private perspective, I don't think we could, as a matter of zoning, stipulate that requirement.
Okay. Can we do the same thing with contributing to the schools with the voluntary impact?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my answer would be the same on that. We could not stipulate them as a requirement.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions, Commissioner Fighter. I want to be mindful to all of our residents. I think some have been sitting here for about 2 hours because they do not want to miss their place. So since it's 7:55, if it's okay, we can do a 5-minute recess and get right back at the top of the hour if anybody has to use the restroom, and the rest of the time will be for all of our residents. Thank you.
Be aligned.
Right, I will give everyone a minute to sit down as we resume our meeting, as all of our commissioners are back in quorum. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you. All right, I pray that intermission helped. I know that we had a little bit of a line at the restrooms, but thank you all. This time is important, and so I want to give this time to our residents. What I'm going to do is right now, I'm going to open the public hearing. My first gavel bang was to get everybody's attention. I will now open the public hearing. I will be calling the first speaker to the podium, and for the record, you can state your name. And I do want to note that you will have a strict 3-minute time limit, just to be respectful, so that everyone is able to speak. We have a little bit of a stack. I know we're past 20 people. And so I want to make sure that once you hear that time go off, that you then give that time to the next person. The first speaker request form that I have is Mr. Jeremy Bowen. How you doing, Mr. Bowen? Please state your name for the record.
Jeremy Bowen.
All right, thank you. And if you'd like, some residents state their name and address, but your name is just fine. You can go ahead. Your time limit will start as soon as you start speaking.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me on this is I'm just asking for representation. You know, I mean, I almost get a little emotional talking about this for how much time and effort that we put into this. I'm being honest. I'm the father of 4 kids. My wife's here. We're going through Alexa's trying to say, you know, with the babysitter and everything, hey, everything's okay. So I just want to say that when we look at those numbers going down or people not being here, it's not because people are satisfied with what's happening. There's actually a lot of frustration. There's a lot of frustration because we take so much time. I've missed kids' games. I've missed all kinds of things, and many of the people in here have too. That's why people aren't here, because they're taking care of their families on something that's so crucial to them. And the other thing, the representation of this matter could not be more skewed towards the applicant on every aspect. I mean, you look at the city goals. The city goals and the city plan, we're just picking and choosing what we want here. But the city plan goals are revenue, jobs, water, and public safety. So let's start with the first one, revenue. Apartments don't generate revenue in terms of there's no tax that we pull from that. Actually, matter of fact, it was a state, we've talked about this in the Prestige Home, we can go back to it. The legislation was just passed that rentals, in terms of apartments, do not generate that tax that we would from, say, a resort. On that same note, many of us have bought our homes knowing that it was zoned for resort. And that was part of like, you know what, this is great. This is great for the real estate value, which impacts our families, not just personal gain here. This is for our families. This is what we can hand off to our kids someday. So it is important for us. And we hope that there can be diversity of housing. Matter of fact, there's, I think, around 2,500 units already under planning. I think 20% may be built out, but there's already more in the pipeline to take care of a wide swath of everyone from every socioeconomic already. So again, this is not a necessary need. I know we did a 3-mile radius, but that's, again, not everything. We have so much already around us. I mean, there's a lot to say here, but I would just say that I had them in my home to be a good civil citizen, to talk to the developers. I've told them not to misrepresent me, that we were all in favor and this is what we wanted, and they're still pitching it as that we were satisfied and this is what we wanted. It's not. Our development was trying to make it better and saying, make it a resort, make it something, but please don't make it apartments. It impacts us in so many ways, not just us personally, but the city, if we really look at those goals and what we're aligning to. So I'm really asking for that help. I know I've endured 2 hours of, one section. I just hope that we have the same respect for all the citizens. And again, the 1,400 petition signatures of people that care and can't be here because they're taking care of their families.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeremy Bowen, and thank you to you and your wife being here. As parents, I understand those sentiments. Ms. Jennifer Farr? What we'll do is we'll go ahead and get some people to line up because it may be a long time till people come to the front. So after Ms. Jennifer Farr, I have, I believe, Ms. or Mrs. Terry Moore. And then I'll do one more name so that you can line up already for your time to speak. Oops, we have a lot here, y'all. And then after that, we have Ms. Judy Smith. Thank you.
Okay. My name's Jennifer Farr. I have lived in Cibola Vista for 17 years. I'm an original owner. I got married at Cibola Vista Resort, so it holds a very special place in my heart. But what compelled me to actually come here was the fact that I was one of the people that signed a letter that was in support of this apartment complex going in, thinking that I was signing for the fact that I was in opposition of it. So the person that came, and again, I have a doctorate degree. I was working. I did not read the letter well enough to understand what it was that I was signing. So that is on me. That's totally my mistake. But I think that I'm not the only person that signed that thinking that I was gung-ho, I want this apartment complex going into my neighborhood, because the person that knocked on my door immediately said, I'm here for the apartment complex. You know, we're collecting signatures, and in my mistake, I was like, oh yeah, I definitely don't want those going in. I made my position very clear to him, and he never stopped me saying, oh no, ma'am, like I'm actually here saying that, you know, you're signing this paper in support, not in opposition. It wasn't until I started getting text messages and letters saying, hey, why don't you come to this meeting and show your support, that I was like, wait a second, I didn't support this. That got the ball rolling, that I was like, I am not going to miss out on this meeting. Just like the last speaker mentioned, I'm not with my family tonight because I signed a letter that I completely mistook for opposing this proposal. I agree that many of the residents would prefer to have single-family homes in that spot, or obviously the resort. But having apartments in this area doesn't benefit any of us, especially like mentioned for the tax ramifications. But the main thing that I would like you to consider, especially when there is a number of signatures that were supporting this, I'm sure I am not the only one that was duped. And I understand the letter, you know, they said the letter was clear. It says exactly what you're signing. When you're knocking on somebody's door in the middle of the day and I'm working and I'm like punching out of work to run to the door because they ring my doorbell 3 times, that I was like, oh, maybe it's an emergency. Maybe one of my neighbor's kids is running over because they have a problem. Nope, I opened it and, you know, anyways. So I just really want you to take that into consideration, since there were a lot of people that signed that might not have taken the time to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record.
Okay, Terry Moore, and I have been a resident of Cibola Vista for probably, I think, 16 years now, and a resident of Peoria for 30, and I love where I live. I will say that when we were choosing to purchase a house, if there was already an apartment complex there, I probably would have chosen a different neighborhood to live in, only because I had lived in many apartment complexes over the years and kind of just looking for that more quiet, kind of like off the beaten path kind of a house, which we know growth is moving outward, urban sprawl. But one of the greatest concerns I have about this entire project is setting a precedence for this whole entire area. We say yes to apartments here, then what's going to be of Cibola Vista? Do they turn Cibola into apartments? There's a plot of land just north of the resort that is more right in front of our house. Are they going to turn that into apartments? Because I know at some point there was a proposition or something, at least that I'd heard of, that was in the works for there. There's the storage facility across the street. It's the kind of precedence. All of these places, if they were turned into apartments, would not create tax revenue for the city, which is what the city is very interested in. We have these giant hotels going in across the street. One of them's lime green. That was quite, it's like just mind-blowing. But it feels very random. And I hate to see a precedent set saying we said yes here, so it means we must be here, and here is okay, and we'll throw them over here. When I feel like master plan communities, I am sure that there's stuff being planned out closer to 303 where you can plan an apartment complex with neighborhoods coming in, and people can make that choice at that time whether to purchase a house next to apartment complex or not, because to each their own. And the neighborhood that is brand new, that people built their dream homes in, I'm actually really most heartbroken for them, and then the community behind them, because there's an entire mile of homes behind them that are acreage homes that have been there far longer than all of us. And I feel like that this impacts them even more than it does me. I'm a little bit north from where this is. And the last point is in the renderings that he had of the trees that were supposedly covering the building. I've just never seen a new development have full-grown trees that cover. Like, I would just be curious how long it would take the vegetation to hide the apartment complex, if that makes sense what I'm saying. But I would really like you to consider all of us that live in this community, that care about it. We care about Peoria and what happens to it, and the school impacts. I'm a teacher, and I find it hard to believe the 30 students, because that would mean there was only one child per 30 or 10 apartments. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for what you do as an educator. Thank you. Ms. Judy Smith.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Judy Smith, and I'm here as a resident of Peoria to oppose the rezoning request for the resort residents at Cibola Vista. Your decision tonight is about more than just this one development. It's about whether Peoria will honor its commitments to its residents to protect the vision we've set for our city's future. The Cibola Vista property is currently zoned for hospitality. That was a deliberate planning decision to create a resort corridor that would bring jobs, tax revenue, and economic vitality, benefits that serve every Peoria resident. Peoria's General Plan 2040 identifies Lake Pleasant Parkway as one of our city's principal arterial corridors, a high-capacity roadway specifically envisioned for employment centers, business parks, and retail growth, not dense residential sprawl. This site sits at the gateway to that vision. What you approve here will set the character for everything that follows. When residents bought homes near Cibola Vista, they relied on the city's promise that hospitality zoning meant something. The property owner knew that when they purchased this land, they bought hospitality zoned property, or it became that, and now, because it's more convenient or more profitable, they want to change that use. That's not how good planning works. The applicant calls this project a two-story townhomes. Documents tell a different story. 302 rental apartments with shared parking and leased offices. That's high-density rental housing. Your job is to evaluate what this project actually is, not what the marketing materials claim. This rezoning would burden our infrastructure, increase traffic congestion, strain public safety resources, and generate a fraction of the tax revenue that hospitality would. And for what? To add rental units to a market that's already saturated with rental housing. Commissioners, you have a general plan for a reason. Lake Pleasant Parkway was meant to be an economic engine, a corridor that creates opportunity and strengthens our tax base. Approving this rezoning abandons that vision and replaces it with expedience. It tells future property owners that Peoria's planning framework is malleable. It rewards someone for buying land under one set of rules, then demanding different ones. Your duty tonight is to Peoria's residents and to the integrity of our planning process. The surrounding community invested here based on the designation of that property. Your responsibility is to this city's long-term vision, not to an owner seeking a more profitable exit route. I urge you to deny this rezoning request and protect the vision that we've established for Lake Pleasant Parkway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Judy Smith. All right, I will be naming the next three residents that will speak. We have Mr. John Forsythe. We have, I think, Laddie Shane. My apologies if I mispronounced that. Mr. or Mrs. Laddie Shane. And then I believe we have Mr. Armando Castorina. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record if you like. Thank you.
My name is John Forsythe. Been a Mesquite resident, West Wing in particular, since 2008. These presentations have been so positive, I almost didn't want to come up. But I want to read a quote that's just asinine, and it's from Councilman Bullock. Ultimately, there are two choices, and that's from The Independent. No, there's a lot more than two choices. So that's why we're all here tonight. Let's talk facts. As of right now, there's 1,384 online disapproving signatures. There's been a lot of disinformation out there. I've had residents come to me, ask me about this rent-to-own that's going on. I'm like, it's not rent-to-own. There's close to 3,000 apartments that have been added to the Mesquite District, either being added, that's being planned, permitted, or being built currently. 3,000. $3,000 a month rent, $2,000, above $2,000 is the base rent for a one bedroom. $3,000 a month rent for a two bedroom or a little bit more, that requires $100,000 income. That is twice the amount that Amcor is promised as their average salary. We can talk about sales tax versus bed tax. If this was actually a resort, as somebody said, sales tax, you get nothing. Bed tax, you get nightly tax. You're going to get restaurant taxes. You're going to get shopping taxes. You're going to get retail taxes. This is much better utilized as a resort than an apartment building. We had a recent event up at Lake Pleasant, surfing event, Worlds. The participants pretty much stayed in Surprise in Phoenix. So Peoria hosted the event. Surprise in Phoenix got the majority of the benefit. That's crazy. Now, why don't we have a great relationship with Pleasant Harbor? Well, I can tell you, when Jason Beck came in as being mayor, he presented Pleasant Harbor with a $20 million demand notice for unpaid, uncollected sales taxes. There is zero relationship right now between Peoria's greatest asset, Lake Pleasant, and the city. If the city could foster this relationship, but Beck's ego is bigger than his common sense, if the city could foster this relationship, we could get Cibola Vista's dream of what it was 25 years ago, a reality tomorrow. That's just not realistic. The Pleasant Harbor gets no city support any longer. No fireworks shows or no participation in that. No of the Vietnam traveling wall. There's, RV shows. There's cornhole tournaments up there. City does not participate anymore. You don't have to vote yes. You don't have to approve this. This is still City of Peoria democracy, even though I don't believe it is. You need to listen to the citizens. You need to vote against approving this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forsythe. We had, I think it's Mr. Shane, correct? And then after that, we have Mr. Castorina, if they're still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. My name is Laddie Shane with Roosevelt Strategy Group, and we are the firm that assisted with the community outreach for the resort residents at Cibola Vista. I wanted to speak tonight because there have been some comments about the work our firm did on this project, and I wanted to clear it up for all of you this evening. Throughout October, we worked with the Opus team and the Withy Morris Baugh team to design a flyer, a support letter, and a website to distribute to community residents as well as residents throughout Peoria. During our canvassing efforts, we shared this informational flyer, which clearly outlined the plan's evolution and the project's benefits. The informational flyer also included a rendering of the proposed project, which you also saw this evening in the applicant's presentation of the four-story building, not a residential home. We followed up with community members via text to make sure they also understand the information we were sharing, which shared a website as well as a breakdown of the project with updated renderings and any information we thought would be helpful to gain support for the project. At no time was our team collecting letters opposing a project. All letters, text, and materials were designed in support of the project. I understand that during canvassing, people are not always expecting someone to knock on their door. and are prepared to take in all the information, which is why we followed up with the texting and the website as I've described and we have shared in the presentation this evening. I'm happy to talk to any member of the community, clear this up, and make my team members available. We have done work like this throughout Arizona over the years, and I will say that working on this project, I agree with some of the comments tonight. At the start of our engagement on the ground, there was confusion in the community. From residents saying, I won't sign because nothing will change, it will remain open space, to thinking we were talking about a change org petition about self-storage, Section 8 housing, or another project. This is why we made sure the letter was clear, including the case number and bullet points, and was in support of the resort residents of Cibola Vista. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shane. Is Mr. Castorina still here? Thank you. And before you get started, I'll name the next three residents. We have Mrs. Susie Lieber, I believe. We have Mr. or Mrs. Chris Rippey. And then we have Mrs. or Miss McKeever. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Armando Castorena, and thank you, Commission, for the time. Just to echo some of what you've already heard, I recently bought into the neighborhood. I live in Cibola Vista off Freedom Trail last December with the expectation of the Commission honoring the prior agreements. The comments around the integrity of the agreements and the prior zoning approvals that you had made is a part of the decision-making. I watched last year's attempt by a prior developer to develop the land directly behind my property and watched the residents come out and speak at the podium with all of you around that proposal. And that is actually what was motivating me to be a part of this community, because I understood from your vote at that time that you would honor the prior zoning that had been approved for this area. So I bought into this neighborhood in December of last year, and I've been living there very happily. I have great neighbors, and really want to encourage you, as the other speakers have, to vote no. The resort zoning is what was motivating me. I'm a member of the Hilton Grand Vacations, who has now been added to the Cibola Vista Resort. Something I'd already recommended to friends and others who come to this area to visit, that they should stay at this resort. I have nothing against the resort from their interest in trying to continue to grow their business, but keep it as a resort. I think that's going to be what will help the community, and particularly the last speaker. The second thing is there is development going on in 2 of the 4 corners around Joe Max and Lake Pleasant Parkway. I don't know if the traffic analysis had put that into consideration, but there's already a lot of construction going on that's adding traffic to the area, and I believe that those numbers would likely influence additional traffic and in that area as well, once those areas are developed on both the southeast corner and northwest corner of Joe Max and Lake Pleasant Parkway. And the last thing I would say is, as a resident there since December, I did not receive a flyer. I did not receive any communications or text messages as suggested today. I don't know about their quality control on what they hired this firm to go do, but they did not send me a single thing. That's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I believe we have, is this Mrs. Lieber?
Lieber.
Ms. Lieber, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Oh, thank you. My name is Susan Lieber, and I also live in Cibola Vista. I kind of wanted to quickly, though, address the misleading. I have personally, myself, gone, it's been 3 days now, to our entire canvass. I have not spoken to one person that is in favor of this, not even one. I mean, we have 1,400, almost 1,400 signatures. So a lot of people didn't send emails because they signed the petition. So that's why, but I think I wanted to know the number, and hopefully that's available, I don't know later, but that came in between yesterday and today as far as letters of opposition, because I got a bunch of other flyers and talked to other people and let them aware of what was going on. But overwhelmingly, we do not want this in our neighborhood. We've lived there for a long time. Currently, now this same exact investor is forcing the self-storage on the one corner, And then we have the resorts. And then if these are all apartments, which this just opens the floodgate, because I'm sorry, they are apartments. I've lived in plenty of apartments in my life, I have. But when you start putting apartments in all of our residential area here, it's going to open the whole area up to that. And this whole little 1 mile radius will be that self-storage, that'll be apartments, then it'll be another apartment complex, most likely. Then across the street, you have 2 hotels coming in, an urgent care. And this is what used to just be our residential area. I mean, it changes the entire dynamic of our community. So we do ask you, the residents of this community, to please take that into consideration. I don't think that the investor really seems to be concerned with it. It's the same applicant. It seems like it's in his benefit here, obviously. But this same applicant is the same one, as I said, that put in the self-storage across the street. And we went and took that to city council, and they said it's legally zoned for this property. It's something we have to prescribe to, and actually follow in coordinates of the law. We were told by the mayor and council that they were sorry, but there's nothing they could do because zoning had approved it. So I want to also mention about the schools, because they are extremely full. He said he had checked 2 years ago. I think it would have been a little different 2 years ago than currently, but my kids, all 3, go to the schools, and they are exponentially full. And that bothers me a lot because it's education, it's important. But I want to end with something by our mayor, Mr. Beck, from September. And I was at this was regarding our entire area, and this is what he said.
There's so many people that are interested in moving this project forward. We either have developers come in and slice and dice us up. No offense against the developer, Mr. Marsher, right? In some ways, if you want to put a Desert Ridge, we would absolutely love that, right? And hopefully that brings your interest.
I'm sorry, it's going to keep
because
beeping.
that's what we want, is we want shopping and dining. This is what brings hospitals. This is what brings medical. This is what brings shopping. This is what brings a very dynamic city and allows us to do this.
Yes,
I
thank
would
you for
rather
your
have
time,
this in
Mrs.
our city planning department's
Weaver. We
hands
do have to move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
He said he'd rather have it in his city planning department than multiple developers. And that is what he said, because he's looking at the diverse plan for our city. So I would really like you to take that into account, because I really feel this was a presentation for those apartments. I didn't feel that it was unbiased at all, and I'm only being honest with you. I feel completely sabotaged by it because it wasn't honest at all. So
Thank you for your time, Ms. Lieber. Thank you. All right, we will have our next speaker, Mr. Rippey. Thank you. I got it. Thank you.
My name is Chris Rippey. I live off Lissa Lane. I may be the closest, or one of probably the closest people to this apartment. I'll be looking out my view fence towards the apartment. I used to look at the old Western town that they tore down recently. And I think the biggest concern I have is the trails. And these guys have come up and they said, we're not going to allow access to the trails. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. That's always been my biggest opposition, because their first presentations puts the trailhead from their apartments directly behind my house into the HOA-funded parks. And what I'm saying, people should be able to access the trails. We don't want to funnel everybody into the park that's directly next to my house, because up until last week, they didn't have any plans to have any tot lots or playgrounds. And recently they said that they're including a tot lot for younger kids, and that's great. But what our fears are, or my fears personally, is, you know, if we have that park 300 feet behind it, they're crossing a wash, there's, you know, high flows through there, you have people walking across it. If there's a flood, you know, it creates dangers, but also just the increase in wear and tear on our parks and our communities. And again, they said they'd help try paying for some of those, but it's just that direct access that's pushing, you know, it's funneling everything into that community right at that location. And I think that's my biggest concern with what's going on. I don't want to say I oppose or I'm for this. You know, the community's doing a good job doing that, but just the view, the visibility. I have a pool with the view fence. The parking lot there, where they start putting up the view fences, are solid fences. I hope the city allows them to do that, because when there's cars coming in at night, those headlights are going to go right into my backyard. So again, my biggest concerns are, I don't mind people using the trail. I don't want anybody to think that, but having that direct access, you know, their gate is 300 feet away from my house. So funneling those 300 apartments and the people using it directly to that location is just a huge traffic increase. So, and walking out to the trailhead is probably 500 feet away from their entrance. So it's just not a populated area at that trail entrance. So I guess I don't need to go any further. If you guys want any further questions later on about the trailhead, the access, and those considerations, please do. And then keep in mind it is an open area plan at that eastern edge for access and crossing. So traditionally, Peoria won't let you build in those areas anyways. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rippey, for sharing your concerns and comments. So respectfully, thank you. I don't think we have any questions, but we'll move along to the next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers that we have will be Miss McKeever, we have Mr. Fuller, and then I believe we have Mr. Fred Martin, if I'm correct. Correct? Okay. All right. You can go ahead and come line up at the stand so that we can come. So if Miss Keever is no longer here, Miss Keever, McKeever. I'm not sure. Okay, no longer here. I'll put that to the side just in case they stepped out. And then we have Mr. Fuller and then Mr. Fred Martin. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. My name is David Fuller. I live at 9466 West Bermuda, which is a little bit south and east of where this development is. When I was growing up, they used to always say you can't fight City Hall. I think today now they say you can't stop progress. I think if you ask everybody in this room what progress is, you'd get a different picture. So I won't try and define what progress is. But I do know that progress comes at a cost. My concern with anything really that's going in, there is going to be progress, something's going to go in here. But my concern is associated with the water. I was a water chemist for the Navy for 9 years. I worked out at Palo Verde for 33 years as a water chemist. So I've been associated with water for quite a while. The average person in the United States uses about 100 gallons of water per day. So if you have 302 units in here and there's 3 people per unit, that's 90,000 gallons of water per day. We were at a city council meeting opposing another project that was on the corner of Joe Max and 95th Avenue there. And we were there early. There was a commercial business trying to, and I don't remember what it was, but obviously it used a lot of water because the council, or the thing that the council said was if a business uses more than 80,000 gallons of water per day, we might not permit it. So if you've got residential units using 90,000 gallons of water per day, you've already exceeded a limit you kind of set for commercial. Water is a precious resource here in Arizona. Where most of us and where we live are on wells. If we keep tapping the groundwater the way we are, our wells are going to start running out of water. There's no city water lines up in the areas where we're at. The city's going to have a heck of an expense putting water lines in, and they're probably going to pass it on to us. So it's an out-of-pocket expense for us too. But through proper management and proper considerations and setting some limits, starting with the Planning Commission and carrying it on into the permitting process, we can control the water usage that we have here on projects as they go. And I thank you for your time. Out of Palo Verde, we did have one vice president that used to always say, nobody's smarter than all of us. We can work together to solve any problem, but it's got to be all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your expertise. Our water infrastructure is very important, so thank you for sharing your expertise. We have Mr. Fred Martin. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Fred Martin, and I want to talk about Cibola Vista. I'm going to make it brief. A lot of people has already mentioned what I wanted to talk about. I moved out there in 2007 in Cibola Vista, so we've lived out there for 19 years. And the gentleman, the developer, was acting like a lot of these people just moved in. Well, I've been there for 19 years and I raised 4 kids. All my kids had been bused to Sandra Day O'Connor and to Mountain Ridge to go to school. And now I'm watching from 83rd Avenue all the way over on Happy Valley, all the way over to almost 67th, all new homes go up. And now we got these apartments supposedly coming in. And I've never once seen another high school built in 19 years. And you're trying to say that this is not going to impact our schools. Like the young lady that was up here earlier said, you got 300 units. And they're saying 1 out of 10 is going to have a family and an apartment. Just, that doesn't make sense. There's going to be more kids. And then the whole traffic thing, that whether you guys did that study 6 months ago, 2 years ago, now we got the Marriott. That's 8 stories high. And all that traffic's going to change. And when you talk about like kids getting bused to schools, you get in front of that resort. That's only one lane right there, and the apartment entrance is right there. The school buses are going to be going down our streets to pick up the kids, which is fine, but there's really not any room on that street for all the traffic, because you got all the people going to work at 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, so there is going to be an issue with the traffic. So, and I never got anything to sign from anybody. My neighbor Bill that's sitting over there never got anything. No one came up. So, and I'm always home. So I just wanted to mention that. So
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you. And thank you to all our residents. I really believe that we're all able to state our remarks, and everybody's trying to do so the best way and the most respectful way they can. And so I want to call up the last few speakers that we will have. I have an Amanda without a name, and then I have a Mr. Boji, and if I mess this up, I'm so sorry. He already spoke for us, Boji? Okay, I like that. All right, that's all right. So that was William Boji. All right, thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. And I appreciate all those comments and you all mentioning what you did and did not receive, because that's important. So I have an Amanda. I didn't get a last name, so please state your first and last name for the record. Thank you all.
Hi, my name's Amanda Schaefer. I live in Pleasant Valley, which is just across the street from this proposed area. So I had a whole speech prepared, but as I was sitting here listening to the presentation, I started taking notes and wanted to just make some clarifications. The apartment complex that wanted to go up here a couple of years ago, they did a study about how many kids were going to be going to the school system, and it varies greatly from the study that was done by this complex. So I wanted to point that out quickly. The previous complex was 180 new units, so almost half, a little more than half of this. They estimated that 25% of those units would have school-age children, or an estimated 45 new students going into DVUSD, which is Deer Valley Unified School District. So, we kind of pointed out at that time to the developer that there's 1.92 average children per household right now currently in the United States. So saying that there's 1 student per household, the mathematical equation it's not adding. So, and then also at that time, they proposed that they would be donating to Deer Valley Unified School District $1,000 per unit to the school district to offset those things. So then that might be something for the developer here to take into consideration, is that there is a dollar amount that was attached to that previously. The other thing is the traffic. Definitely the U-turns, if there ends up being that extra little sliver that goes out onto Lake Pleasant Parkway, that little sliver right there, if the only route of traffic to get around is to go up to the next light, make a U-turn, or go down to the other light, make a U-turn, that creates a huge problem, because we already have a situation where the only direct traffic plan for that area is a U-turn. So like if you're coming north on Lake Pleasant Parkway and you need to get to Basis, they had to put an extra light there and an extra lane just specifically for the U-turn. Then they added an extra light of no right-hand turns so that all those people could sit and make U-turns. It's incredibly dangerous. There's about 150 students that walk to school, to the church across the street every morning to do ecclesiastical studies. So if those traffic studies are not taken into account, the times that those students are walking across the street, it's incomplete. And I would just like to point that out, that I would like that to be evaluated. The other thing that was mentioned already was that we had an international competition here recently, and they're right. The athletes that came into town, they did not stay in Peoria. They stayed in Surprise and they stayed in Phoenix because there was no hotels available in Peoria. A small portion of the Canadian team stayed in Cibola Vista, but there wasn't enough capacity for them to stay there. So if we had more capacity in a resort in that area, there would be it would be
Thank
used.
you for your time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you want to hold those? We have two more speakers.
Okay.
All right, thank you. There will be questions from the commissioners. We have two more speakers. I have Miss or Mr. Tracy Copp. Thank you. And then I have Mrs. Thomas Holmes. Mrs. Thomas Holmes. Thank you. And then you can line up right over here and speak afterwards. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Kopp. I live just south of this proposal. I had a couple things I want to talk about tonight, but I actually changed them up a little bit here. And the first thing I want to talk about is I've heard a lot about the trail, and then I've heard some about schools. Well, we're thinking there's going to be lots of kids in schools and that. Closer? Okay, apologize. I would be willing to bet the consideration of these trails that you're all focused on, there'll be even fewer numbers. So I don't think you really, hopefully you're going to have other discussion beyond that. I appreciate the chair's comment about keeping them away. You can't be on there. They've never said that. They've never said that. You're talking about an apartment complex built next to $1 million homes. Someone mentioned about the safety of the trail. What's not safe? If we're going to have a crime problem, it's coming out of that apartment complex, not the $1 million homes. Okay. Rental, I'm just going to say right up the bat, I oppose the rentals. We all moved out here and spent $1 million and more to build our forever homes to get away from rentals. Okay. The developer's spokesperson came up and talked about that the property owner has permission to do this. Okay, great. Well, build what you have permission to. Don't come to you folks and ask for a variance, right? And then, please don't take this offensive, but if these are the individuals that are talking to you, and then the developer's giving you this, you're getting smoke and mirrors. Go out there and take a look at the hotel you approved, right next to the $1 million home, across the street from ones where they used to have a nice mountain view. Now you got a hotel. Thank you. 8 stories? You approved an 8-story one? I hadn't even heard about that one. I bet none of you live near there. He's talking about access onto Lake Pleasant off of this property. Please don't listen to him. We don't need more traffic lights. We need traffic lights that are tied together so traffic can flow, not stop every 500 feet. Go take a look at the one they put.
That's all right.
Take a look at the one they put in at Lowe's. Literally 500 feet from the intersection of Happy Valley and Lake Pleasant. You want to talk about a nightmare at rush hour? The developer's talking about that they came first. Irrelevant. They didn't build anything. We all came out and found that it was meant to be resort. We all accepted the fact that the portion was there, is there. We accepted that. Now you want to throw up more? And by the way, you want to make it rental? No, where is our consideration? $1 million homes, and you want to build apartments. Section 8, maybe not to start. Give them a little while. When they lose interest and they're not making enough profit, they're going to sell it to somebody else.
Thank you for your time.
Within 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I think next I have Mrs. Holmes. And I just want to note as the last speaker comes up, I think all of you all were here when we prayed and we talked about doing this in a civil manner. We're not going to offend city staff that has served our city for years. We're going to be respectful. I know we can state the facts, but you all were here and we all prayed or took a moment of silence to do so in a civil manner. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Sheree Thomas Holmes.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's
Thank
my
you.
time.
I understand. Thank you so much, and thank you for your passion. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I step before you because I do understand being a homeowner, being able to have the freedom and access of having your land, having your home, having somewhere to stay, right? But when it comes down to allowing others those accesses, right, because of what's going on in the state and the manner, if we're able to allow people to come in to be afforded the same privileges as other people. Because as of right now, for myself, for instance, I was a homeowner, decided to sell my home. Interest rates are high. As of right now, is it feasible for me to buy another home? Could be. Do I want to put myself in that situation? No. So what's the next best step? Going somewhere to rent. Whether it be an apartment complex, whether it be a housing development that's for rent, that is around these nice and affluent homes, that's something that would be feasible for people, correct? But I think that we want to be able to give access to everybody, be able to allow everybody to be in nice places. Think about Scottsdale, Paradise Valley. Those places not only have homeowners, they have renters, high-rise apartment complexes, and that's not saying that you're bringing riffraff, because you're bringing in potentially entrepreneurs, people who might be nurses that are traveling, doctors, snowbirds that don't want to have a home here, but want to be able to be in this environment. So when we look at things in a different perspective on where people are at and what they're doing, you don't always want to equate it to riffraff. Once again, understandable when it comes down to saying, hey, this person's a renter, are they coming in and out? Are they going to have different thoughts, beliefs on how they need to take care of their stuff? That's possible, right? But also, what are they doing as the owners of these apartment complexes and or homes to make sure that they're maintaining that? That's another aspect you want to look into. You want to be able to give everybody the opportunity to be in the same area. I mean, long story short, so that's my stance on it, and I'm sure you might have something to say.
No.
Sorry, but yeah.
What are your points? Did you have some more, Ms. Holmes?
No, I mean, that's honestly my stance. Just simple, plain, let everybody have equal opportunity to the beauty of Arizona.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. Thank you for your time. Thank you. All right, I will take a few commissioner remarks. I'll make my remarks brief. So Commissioner Fighter, if you turn yours on, we'll be echoing, so 1 second. I thank all the residents just for being here. You all have been here with us almost 3 hours. When I tell you what I see is everyone in here loving Peoria, everyone in here showing up for Peoria, whether you're in opposition, whether you're for this project. I'm actually delighted to see the love for the city and how civilly we handle this matter. Very proud of us. There's just a few comments that I want to make, just looking at everything. I am understanding all sentiments as a parent. Once again, this will maybe not be, but since we're live, this may go to city council as we are building, as we're growing, whether this project passes or does not pass. I do have to stand with my fellow Commissioner Agia, who does have a law enforcement background, and really talk about safety of kids. If we are going to add students to a district, I'm praying that we can increase school resource officers and not, militarize our school campuses. Maybe I like what she has on, that polo right there, maybe something a little bit more civilian and just being that nice face, but them being armed and ready to protect our kids, because if more kids come, there needs to be more safety. I get very scared when I think about there not being enough resources. And so I really like that polo. Maybe that might be the way to go as we do. This is not for us, but maybe someone will hear. I do want to talk about the fact that we're growing. Peoria is growing. This is the truth. And as we're growing, I understand that we need more housing. And so I am appreciative of this developer bringing attainable housing. some form of attainable housing, because the truth is not everyone is able to buy a $500,000 home. I won't say because me and my husband are in one that is for everyone, but the truth is not everybody can do that. And so, as we build to grow, I just want to be sensitive to all perspectives. I know an employment hub is coming, houses is going to be a necessity, but what I do see is that attainable housing is being created, and change is just a scary thing. I understand that. I chose Peoria because we want to have a family here. It was quiet. I don't ever think that Peoria is going to be like a Phoenix or like a Glendale, and that we should preserve the character of our neighborhood, but we are growing, and I do want that to be a point that I make. We're growing, and as we grow, we'll build to grow. And so as we increase, increase jobs, increase housing, I do think that eventually we will increase public safety, increase schools, because it will be a necessity. So thank you. Any other commissioners that we have?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Before we go on, I know a question was asked earlier, about the school resource officers. So
Yes.
I want to just provide some information on that.
Thank
so
you.
The city of Peoria, we work with all of the schools, all of the high schools, all of the elementary schools throughout the district, throughout whether it's Peoria Unified or Deer Valley Unified School District. We have SROs, school resource officer, in every high school, and we have SLOs, school liaison officers, in every elementary school. So we are represented in every school across the city of Peoria.
Okay. Thank you for that point of clarification. You all phoned a friend quick. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Now, that's why you're the planning director, Mr. Hawkes. I have next, Vice Chair Villasenor.
Thank you. I have some questions. Some might be for staff, some might be for the applicant. There was a comment made that the city won't permit a business if it uses over 80,000 gallons of water a day. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, no, that is not correct. We do have a large water user ordinance that was passed recently, and what it requires is, I believe it's 100,000 gallons per day, but it requires that if that's what they're projected to do, they have to go through a process where they submit an application, a permit application. We review the application. We suggest alterations for water savings purposes, but they would have to enter into that as part of the permit for that. Okay. That was a recent addition.
Okay. Was this applicant required to provide any type of a water assurance plan or anything like that? Or is it just not a concern?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, this proposal was evaluated with the criteria for the engineering standards. There is sufficient capacity for water and sewer for this project.
Okay. Also, how many, for my own information, really, do you know how many apartments are already approved and being built in the city of Peoria that are not today habitable? Do you know what that number is? Like, how many are in the pipeline?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I can tell you how many existing apartment units we have across the city. We have 23,472 across the city. Now, again, we're a population of over 200,000 persons, right? Within the Mesquite District, currently, there is 1,689 units. They represent about 5% of
I remember that
total
slide,
units.
right?
Correct.
That was one of your slides?
I think there was a point earlier about we have, I heard 3,000 in the pipeline. That's a surprise to me. I can think of a couple that we have that are in the Mesquite District. They're nowhere near that number. But I don't have that specific number with me right now.
It'd be a good number to know, not necessary for this decision, but I would be interested in knowing that. For the applicant, which version of the plans, because it seems like I see version 4 that we're on, was shown to the neighbors during the door-to-door outreach whenever you received a letter of support?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner, Vice Chair, Villasenor. The most recent plan and the plan that's in front of you is what accompanied the door-to-door work.
Okay, so
that has not changed.
There was no letters of support with old versions.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, another question for you. Someone mentioned something, and I didn't even think about that. I realize you're about a football field away, but has there been consideration on any of the lights coming into the parking lot, perhaps going into the windows of the neighbors across the wash?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Rippey mentioned those, and I have to tell you, some of these items only come up when you meet with the neighbors or when you reach out to them. We actually hadn't thought about the potential for any sort of headlight traffic. So as a result of that, we changed our wall plan. But frankly, because of the distance of that wash, it's only certain sections where you would ever possibly have headlights that could go across the wash because of the way our street system is laid out and the way the parking is laid out. But we remedied that with a new wall system that was not view fencing, but actually solid walls
It's a
in the
solid
areas.
wall.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think I had what is the minimum lease agreements that you'll be accepting?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, there'll be nothing less than a year. In certain circumstances, we're willing to do a 6-month, but and that requires a different rate, and that requires a special circumstance.
Such as?
Well, if there was, for instance, a traveling physician, we've done that in the past also for people who have contracts, usually teachers who are only teaching for a single semester.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
And Madam Vice Chair, I mentioned teachers. I can't reiterate enough that we've done what we have done, and our conversations have been, because schools were raised several times through the community. Everything that we've done through the school district. Literally, our first week before we filed this case, we reached out to the school district. All of the numbers that we have presented, that you've heard, came from the school district. They're not our numbers. And more importantly, as recently as this week, I spoke with the superintendent, and he assured me, please let the Planning Commission know we are comfortable with this, we are supportive of this, and I will get you a letter to that effect, which I believe is part of your packet.
And I will say I do trust the number that it came from the school district, having been involved in other cases, but I will say it means a lot to me. And I think this community, that the school's being supported with some type of a per door or whatever, because DV school district is tight. They need more schools. They just do. And I know that to be a fact. So I would personally appreciate that. I know we can't stipulate that to that, but I believe that that will benefit the community a lot should this be approved, to support our local school districts. I did have one other question. The landscaping, are you putting in the ones that are bordering the neighbors, a larger caliper tree, where the tree is going to be planted in terms of the timeline of construction? Can you talk to that?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, you obviously understand what works and what doesn't. And I actually have it on my list of items that I wanted to speak to. We are actually going to pre-plant those areas, and we're doing them with at least 2-inch caliper trees in most of the spaces there for exactly the reason that was mentioned, so that the trees can mature while the construction process is taking place.
So pre-plant, meaning like once the lot is scraped, it'll probably be the first thing?
That is, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, that is correct. And there are some areas that can actually be done because they're outside of the buildable envelope that we don't even need to wait that long.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead and go that way. I can wait. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Morrison, this is, I know this question is not really specific to this site, but I think in our conversations in the past, we had talked about, and somebody else brought it up too, the other side of the resort. There's another piece of property of significant size on the north side that's also vacant. And somebody brought up, well, that's also zoned for the same resort, correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, actually the site north of the resort is zoned just standard C2 commercial.
Standard C2.
Yeah.
Okay, so to your knowledge and your discussions, and this is arbitrary, you could tell me you don't know if that's the case, but if this apartments goes in versus resort, is there a plan that the owner has to develop that C2 because of that? Does that improve the likelihood of those being restaurants or other C2 commercial, or lessen that, or can you comment on that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, you're literally hitting my bullet points of things that I wanted to address, so I appreciate that. In fact, one of my initial slides, and I don't have a remote, but there was an initial slide during my presentation that showed what the plan is for that very parcel, the parcel going north of the resort. It is vacant right now. It is the developer's intent to make that a restaurant and retail site. There is the potential to even do a mixed use with some residential above that. But the idea is exactly what you just laid out. And one of the reasons this has become so important is because they believe this intensity on this site supports the development of retail and restaurants on that site. I referred early on to this being a master plan. Unfortunately, the master plan is being planned in stages, but that site already has the zoning to accommodate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cottrell. Commissioner Gaynor?
Thank you for allowing me to go now. So I have a question. There's been a lot of talk about taxes and the overall benefit of this property as opposed to others. How will having year-round residents, I think you can, hopefully can respond to this, instead of primarily transitory timeshare guests, contribute to the long-term stability of Cibola Vista and nearby properties and commercial activity?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's a layered question, and to some degree a very important one because it goes to the heart of this application. The residents are absolutely correct. The state legislature took away the city sales tax portion of multifamily rental communities. That was done within the last few years. That being said, from an economic development standpoint, the first thing I would respond with is vacant land doesn't benefit the city of Peoria whatsoever. And this property has been vacant for some time. It has enjoyed the zoning that exists in one shape or another for over 2 decades. And it has not contributed to the city of Peoria at all. From an economic development standpoint, what the city needs on a property like this in this corridor, you actually heard it mentioned by the community, this corridor, because it's a major arterial, major north-south corridor connecting employment areas, it needs a diversity of housing to support that community economic development that we see happening. It's part of the overall initiative, and it's happened more in the last 12 months than we've seen in Peoria in this area. So in terms of economic development and the transitory nature, if there was a huge need for additional timeshare resort at this point, it would have been built because we have the zoning for it. I will also say, because this planning commission understands this sentiment probably better than most, if this property was zoned ag, if this property was zoned large lot, and I came before you tonight and I was requesting 4-story timeshare, 20 feet off the property line. Despite what we've heard from some of these community members about how supportive they are, this would be an entirely different approach. You would hear, some vociferous opposition. But what we're talking about is not transitory. What we're talking about is adding a housing type that doesn't exist, which is luxury multifamily in this corridor to support the existing 9,000 residents in that bubble already.
Thank you. I have a couple of follow-up questions. Thank you for answering that. I actually wrote my questions down to make sure that I asked them as I was thinking them. Someone mentioned about maintaining the property and making sure that the property is at a certain level of compatibility. What assurances do you provide as it relates to the professional on-site management of the property to make sure that it remains high level, safe, et cetera?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that was actually one of the questions that was asked at a neighborhood meeting early on. Fortunately for us, one of the members of the community worked for a management company. And when we disclosed who we work with for management of all of our units, she actually turned to her residents and said, I know those folks. They do an incredible job. I feel more comfortable knowing that that is your professional management. Our units are all professionally managed. This is a 70-year-old company that I'm representing that is developing this property, and their use of these units and their management of their units keeps their ability to not only maintain those residents, but frankly, maintain that level of rental income from these properties. So it's essential that these be professionally managed.
Okay, and I have one last question until I think of more questions.
Thank you.
I know I'm never easy on you, Counselor, but we're here to make sure we ask all the questions we can possibly ask as it relates to each case. And I was going to ask you, as it relates to the resort conversation, first of all, how long has this property been, the property we're talking about, been vacant?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, over 2 decades.
Okay, and then as it relates to the resort discussion, have you had any clients approach you with interest of building a resort there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, as you're aware, there was discussion tonight. There are other properties that have a resort designation or commercial designation so that they can go through development without going through a rezoning process. This site, as I mentioned earlier, and as we can see, because it doesn't have visibility from Lake Pleasant Parkway and is proximate to the wash, it's not desirable for a company that is looking for visibility. As a result, the short answer is no.
Okay, I may have more questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What I want to do, I just know there's a lot. I've seen some hands raised, and I know that we don't have any additional time, so I know this may be out of order. So if it's one comment you can make, just from your seat, if you want to stand up, that's fine. After that, I won't be able to give you 15 minutes, but I can give you 5 more minutes, and we can do that. But I care about the residents that came. So, Mr. Bowen, you'll have to come up, and then I see one in the back, and state your name. Okay, thank you. Okay. You have literally, because the city's already eyeing me, you have literally less than 10 seconds.
And I understand,
Yes.
and respectfully, we've
Just-
sat for 3 hours. We may got a half hour.
And that's why I'm
And he's
doing-
had
yeah.
multiple times, so I just want to clarify quickly. So I'm Jeremy Bowen. That statement was a lie. He told us if we don't do it, Hilton's right behind us. They want to buy this property. So you have 2 choices. Support this where we can work together.
One speaker, please.
Support this so we can work together. Otherwise, Hilton will buy it up and go. It's the same deception over and over. Guys, we were here a year ago on the same topic. We had Prestige Homes, same arguments, and I thank the Lord that you guys please helped us. I have nothing against, there's been a lot of focus on diversity and everything, and I don't want that to be skewed with anything else, because from that other meeting, we got painted as elitists, as people that don't care. It's my way or the highway. It's not that at all. I let them in my own home. I met with them for lunch, and the representations are different. Who's going to verify that? They wouldn't even take our petition of 1,400 residents that don't want this, saying we can't verify it. But every comment they've made is taken as gospel, and I don't understand it. Again, all I'm asking for is fair representation. At the end of the day, I thought that's what we do here, is we give fair representation. 2.5 hours of everything is good, it's solidified. I verified, I phoned my friend, I got some information. Did anyone phone the friend to find out if these signatures are verified, that these letters are true? On Facebook, there's literally videos of their people coming and being deceptive with packages representing that there's someone else getting
Thank you,
people to
Mr.
sign
Bowman.
things.
We have to wrap it up. Thank you.
I know, I thought I had 1 more minute. I
didn't see the timer go back
yeah,
off. I want to say this.
I just, again, I'm trying to be as fair and balanced as I can. there's a different level of trying to be respectful and being completely washed over. And I feel like we're kind of over that line a little bit where nothing is being presented in a way that says, hey, we just said that 20 years the land sat vacant. Same landowner. So whose fault is that? Neil, who owns the land. He chose to sit on it for 20 years. So it's not because he couldn't develop it or do anything. He willingly chose. So you can't be the villain and the hero in the same story. And that's what I feel like. Oh, it could have been so much worse, but we made it better. It's the same thing. We came in with a design that was much more intrusive, and then we changed it. It's the same thing. We can start with the most obtrusive, invasive, overloading our schools.
All right.
And everything looks like a hero story after that.
Thank you. I really want to be respectful. Thank you. Just if they didn't hear me, I don't think we're going to be able to give everybody 3 minutes because I want to be respectful to the commissioners too that are also missing time away from their family. And so I said 30 seconds, but I seen a timer go off, and I don't think we can change those times, but just 30 seconds.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for noticing my hand raise. I super appreciate that. My main question is understanding how this works. And if an apartment complex cannot receive taxes to the city, what does that mean for fire, police, parks and recreation? Is that put onto the homeowners as still covering all of those services for groups for this a 300 apartment complex for the amount of people that are in there? Does the homeowners pay those taxes on the upkeep while they receive the services as well? Am I being clear at my question?
You are being clear. Yes,
okay,
you are.
because I'm just trying to understand is all.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Mr. Faust would like to, did you want to comment on that?
Can you answer?
Yes, thank you so
Okay,
much,
thank you.
Commissioner Freider. Yes,
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and thank you for the question. So 2 years ago, the state legislature did vote to remove the rental tax away. And to the city, it costs us $7 million for the taxes. But that was an additional tax that could be charged. When this home builder builds, they're charged two separate ways. So the first one is a development impact fee. And so that is based on the total square footage of the facility and does a calculation out. So they will pay impact fees for police, police, fire, parks, community parks, water, wastewater, transportation. So each of those are assessed, and there's a calculation that goes. And for a property of this size, I would imagine their impact fees is going to be measured in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not into the millions. We could do the math. I just can't do it that quick in my head. Secondarily, as any other homeowner, you pay property tax. So where they're not paying a specialty rental tax, they're still paying property tax on the property as a whole based on the valuation of that property. So just like you would you're building a custom home or a single family home, you pay impact fees for each of those categories based on the size of the home. Actually, residential homes on just the home itself. Property like this is based on the square footage. It calculates out to the impact fees, and then ultimately they pay property tax based on the valuation of the property.
Thank you so much, Mr. Faust, and we're thankful to have one of our deputy city managers here. Thank you. I won't be able to get you back. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to be respectful because you all have been here, but I want you all to understand that as chair, I have stepped out of order, and so I will have to deal with the wrath of staff. I'm going to give one last comment. I'll be honest. I care about the fact that all of us have been here, and that's why I wanted to do that for you all. But I stepped out of order, so I want you all to understand that respectfully. 30 seconds, and then we can go back. Thank
It'll
you.
be quick. I'm Jennifer Farr. I'm the one that said that I signed the letter in approval of this, thinking I was signing a letter in opposition. And I really wish, I know a lot of people already left. I wish I would have asked how many people are here because they also thought that they were signing in opposition versus signing to approve. And I know that there were several people over there that also gave me the nod saying me too. And several of my immediate neighbors that couldn't be here tonight I came because they all did this as well, and they couldn't leave their kids to come to this meeting for 3 hours. And so that's one thing. I never emailed them saying, please remove my name, because when I received the text, I thought it was fraudulent. I was like, oh, where did these people get my thing? I signed something saying I was opposed to this, not for it. And so I never reached out to them. I reached out to Sarah at the city to say, please put my name on the I don't approve. And she's the one who said, I already have an approval letter from you. So I had no clue. And so that's why I'm saying, like, when you have that list of names, if you reached out to them individually and asked them, were you for this or against this, you might be surprised at what the answer is.
Thank you. And if I remember correct, you have a doctorate, so we believe you can read. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. I'm sorry. Like I said, those were the last residents. I'm sorry. I believe it's Ms. Lieber. I'm so sorry. But as I already mentioned, those were the last
I just
people we were
want to
taking.
let you know.
Those were the last people. I'm sorry. Politely, respectfully, I've been so respectful to everyone here. I think we can all agree. Thank you. But I said those last people that were lined up were the last ones that were going to speak. I thank you so much for being here and your time. Thank you all for your advocacy. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry, we have to move along. I'm already out of order. Thank you all. Thank you. All right. Okay, I've honored everyone speaking, and that's why I said the last people that would speak will be the ones on the wall. I tried to be as respectful. I even stepped out of order. So thank you all. I hope you all seen that.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gaynor.
Real quick. First of all, we're all volunteers here. We do this twice a month. And I signed up for this. So I don't mind that you called. I mean, you are out of order, but I don't mind that you called the residents back up, because it clarifies and it gives an opportunity for the residents to state their final statements or thoughts. So I'm perfectly okay with that as a commissioner, and I actually appreciate you doing that. I do have a comment, and usually I would do this as a chair, but I'm going to take a privilege real quick. I have about 18 years of planning and zoning commission service in different areas of planning and zoning. And when I show up to a case and to a hearing, I have not made my decision. I always give an opportunity to both the community, the city, and the developer, the applicant, to share their thoughts. Because if we come with a preconceived notion, then we're not doing service to the city. And another thing is, we have to base our decision on the zoning portion of the discussion. And this is not a decision body, this is a recommendation body. We recommend to city council, and the city council are who decides. So I wanted to state that, and thank you all for being here. I gotta tell you, having you come out, missing time with your kids, that's really important. And I think that the chairwoman did a tremendous job of allowing everyone to speak. So thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Commissioner Gaynor. We're thankful for your experience and clarification. Any more closing comments from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Cottrell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have had quite a bit of planning and zoning commission experience, City of Avondale and Peoria. Peoria is better, by the way. And I've seen difficult cases like this over and over again, and it's always hard to make that final judgment. Like Commissioner just said, we have to keep to the zoning facts, the legal facts, what we're allowed to say, what we're not allowed to say. But having citizens here is incredible. You know, that does sway quite a bit. It may not, I don't know what the outcome here is going to be. But having you here is commendable, and I appreciate it. And, you know, I am one of your neighbors. I live right across the street in Pleasant Valley. You know, I walk through here all the time. I walk on this very trail all the time. My kids go to West Wing and Mountain View, and I'm one of you guys. But I'm not as set. Maybe it's because I'm not sitting here looking at a 3-story building. I'm farther back, but I find it difficult. It's a hard decision right now. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you so much, commissioners. I know that we're going to go to a vote. Like echoing the statements, thanking all of you all residents for being here, because that's what it's about, showing up for Peoria and showing up for your community. I do not know what the outcome will be. I'll sit here, I prayed before and I'm still praying right now, but there were just some anchoring statements that I think the last speaker made, Mrs. Thomas Holmes, that really sit with me. And so as we all get to our vote, whatever the outcome may be, I just pray that we continue to be as civil and continue to love our city as we've shown that we do. So I'm gonna move us along. Close the public hearing right now. Thank you all for being here with us. And I know that we have 3R and 4R, and I think they were together, but there's a separate motion. And so please, point of clarification to city staff on how that will go.
Madam Chair, 2 separate motions, starting with 3R, please.
Thank you so much. All right, so commissioners, we will have our first vote, which will be item 3R, which is the minor general plan amendment, GPA 24-06. Can I please have a motion?
Madam Chair, in accordance with staff's recommendation, I would like to make a motion to approve item 3R, Resort Residence at Cibola Vista, minor general plan amendment GPA 24-06, is a positive recommendation to City Council.
Thank you. Properly
As
moved-
stipulated.
Thank you. Properly moved by Commissioner Fider and then seconded by Commissioner Gaynor. Commissioners, can we please have a vote?
Well,
Any motion passes unanimously. Thank you all, commissioners. We have a next vote now for item 4R, which will be the major PAD amendment Z0010A.6. So that's the major PAD amendment.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a recommendation for approval. Item 4R, Resort Residence at Cibola Vista, major PAD amendment Z00-10A.6, is a positive recommendation to City Council,
All right, properly.
as stipulated.
Thank you. Properly moved and seconded and clarified by Commissioner Fider. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, properly moved and then seconded by Commissioner Cottrell. Commissioners, please cast your vote. And the motion has passed unanimously as reflected on the screen. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for your time. We will move on to the rest of our business. We have item 5R, which will be KZ23.
Madam Chair, can we take a moment to allow folks to come out and staff to switch out, please?
Oh, yes, we can. We'll
Thank
take a
you.
brief intermission. Awesome. Yeah. Let's go ahead and move along. Staff is out here, and we have a mama in waiting here, and so I don't want to keep her any longer. There we go. Let's go ahead and move on to item 5R, which will be Z23-14. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, members of Commission. My name is Sarah Dirks, Senior Planner with the City of Peoria, for those who do not know me. The application I'm going to be presenting for you today is the 7300 Jomax rezoning case Z2314. The application was submitted by Contexture on behalf of 7300 Jomax LLC, in part because the property is located at 7300 Jomax. The subject property is located south of Jomax Road and the 73rd Drive alignment intersection. The property is approximately 1.5 acres. In summary, the request is to rezone 1.5 acres so that the applicant can split the lot into 2 single-family residential lots. Both lots would be approximately 1/2 acre each. Looking a little closer at the request, the specific zoning ask is to rezone the 1.5 acres from Suburban Ranch SR43 to single-family residential R118. What that means is Suburban Ranch residential in our current zoning allows for 1 acre lots, whereas single-family residential R118 allows for a minimum lot size of 18,000 square feet, which equates to about 1/2 acre. So looking at the surrounding area, the property is located in a single-family residential area. Contextually, there is Jomax Road located to the north, and to the south there's an existing masonry wall that runs along the property line. And then you can see the existing subdivisions that surround the property, including vacant lots to the west. Looking at the land use disposition in the area context, the general plan designates the area in the surrounding vicinity as traditional residential. The existing zoning on the property is SR43, as it has been for the last 30+ years. The property is vacant, and it's in a small area of land within the area that has remained vacant in the SR43 area. And as mentioned, the existing subdivisions are the Alora Vida, Colina del Sur, Agave Court, Terramar, as well as other single-family residential districts. So looking a little closer at the specific request the applicant is seeking to move forward with if a rezoning request were to go through, is they are seeking to split the lot, like I mentioned, into 2 half-acre lots. The request would result in a deceleration lane off of Jomax Road and a shared drive aisle that would split the 2 lots. There is no connection to 73rd Drive. As mentioned, there's an existing screen wall, as shown on the screen, that runs along the southern property line. There are no custom home plans yet, but there would be custom home plans that would follow should a zoning request go through. So looking at staff's analysis of the request, we specifically are looking at the request from Suburban Ranch SR43 to single-family residential R118. Contextually, the property is in a traditional residential land use, which allows for 2 to 5 dwelling units per acre. The applicant's request would result in a 2.4 dwelling units per acre allowance, which is in alignment with the general plan. Looking a little bit further at the zoning, considering the existing development in the area, which range from lots between 6,000 and 35,000 square feet, the request for 18,000 square foot lots is in alignment with the existing subdivisions and development. There is a pocket of 1 acre undeveloped land in the vicinity, but no, it has not been developed yet. And then as part of the request, they would be seeking to have a turn lane off of Jomax for access control with that decel lane. And as noted, there's an existing screen wall on the southern property line, and there's no intent to remove that wall for connection to 73rd Drive. So the city did follow our typical noticing requirements. We provided NOAs and NOHs to all property owners within the required vicinities. We posted a legal ad, and as a result of our noticing, we received 2 inquiries, but no letters of opposition or support. Generally speaking, the inquiries were mostly related to whether or not there would be access to 73rd Drive and whether or not there was going to be a project to improve Jomax Road, which is taken care of by a CIP project that's starting in December. There was a neighborhood meeting about a year and a half ago at Copper Hills Church. There was one member of the public who did attend, essentially didn't have any questions or concerns. She was mostly interested in general information. So, in summary, staff finds that the land use designation is supported by the density allowance for traditional residential. The proposed development standards align with adjacent development, and the rezoning is not expected to have an inordinate impact on the adjacent properties. So staff would be recommending items 5R, Z2314, with the conditions provided in Exhibit 1. The applicant is present. I did let them know about the first item on the agenda, so they may have the ability to answer questions if you have questions for them as well. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Dirks, for that effective presentation. I know that we do have, is this, did you fill out one of these or no? Okay.
Is
so
it Daniel Istrate?
Huh?
Is that what it says?
This the applicant? Okay, got you, no worries. I thought that the applicant also filled one out. I was like, okay, are you the speaker or no? Well, thank you. We have the applicant coming before us, and so I will have the applicant either make a report or address commission. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Istrate with Contexture. Pretty much as Sarah mentioned, all the properties around our property, with one exception, directly to the west is still an SR43. However, directly to the east is an R110, which is 10,000 square foot lot. To the south are R18, and then to kind of south west, it's an R112, and there's one remaining R135. We would have actually requested probably an R135. However, we had to designate, the owner had to dedicate, I forgot, about a few thousand square feet to Jomax because there is improvements. And then we couldn't connect down to 73rd. That's an established HOA, and they blocked that road going down. So our lot is now part of the division to the subdivision to the south, and they usually don't like other people connecting to their lots. And then one other thing to mention is that being a single lot, our lot would have then, technically the driveway would have gone straight into Jomax. Splitting the lot into two, we're actually putting a private street, but it's a street with a deceleration lane that would allow cars, basically the two houses that will build there, they will allow them to then, turn from a street versus from a driveway. Streets come with side visibility, triangles, and all that aside. So that's in essence the presentation. The only one other thing I wanted to mention, and I know I was gonna actually fill out a speaker card for the previous. I'm here for my case. I was gonna fill out a speaker card, but it seems like emotions are running high. I do want to mention. So I'm a registered architect, and I am a citizen of Peoria. I live on Lake Pleasant and Williams Drive. Also, father of four. My kids go to school, and I do wanted to commend the council for actually approving the previous matter. I do believe in diversity in housing. There's a lot of. I go to the Four Corners all the time to lunch every weekend. There's restaurants. There's schools that have cleaning staff. They need to live somewhere, and we can't have them come from, I don't know, Surprise or Glendale. So I just wanted to commend you guys that was appreciated. I was going to come and speak, but everybody else was. But I live there. My kids go to the public school. They don't go to private schools or anything else like that. But I do believe in support on, well, I guess as an architect in more dense housing, we can't just all live on 1 acre lots as much as we like. Not everybody can afford that. So just want to commend you guys on a good job on that. So that's complete side note, and that's it.
Thank you so much. That's much appreciated, and I appreciate when you strategically place that there because your emotions were high. So I understand that, and I thank you for your time as well. Staff, do we have any questions for the the architect developer here. Thank you.
Facing.
No, yeah, just two single homes. No, they'll be facing, Sarah, if we can put that, that little street, if we have that site plan, I'm not, so that little private drive, I don't know if you can see, they'll be facing, that is correct, sidewalks, so then they'll be facing in there. We did a hammerhead for the fire department.
My next.
Yes.
I don't know if we can hear. If you don't speak into the mic, we might not be able to hear it live. If yeah, it is.
Which is better. Madam Chair and commission members, a traffic impact statement was not required for the volume. However, there was the requirement for the TIA, traffic impact analysis and access management guidelines to provide a deceleration lane for the access on Joe Max as an arterial roadway.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Fighter, to answer your question, the deceleration lane is not included with the CIP project. That is why the applicant would be responsible to be adding that into this particular request. Madam Chair, Commissioner Fighter was asking about curb gutter along the street frontage. To the extent that the CIP project starts to deviate from the existing deceleration lane requirements, so the CIP will cover the normal curb gutter so long as it's a straight profile. Once the deceleration lane starts to be needed with the taper, the queuing, stacking distance, I'm trying to speak traffic engineer, sorry, then that's when the applicant will need to provide the change in curb and gutter for this particular.
Yes. Madam Chair and Commission members, certainly understandable. However, typically we would not even permit residential properties to have direct access into our arterial. We have several examples of that in older portions of Peoria. It's certainly not ideal, particularly when a vehicle has to back up onto an arterial roadway. Some examples we have would be 83rd Avenue, where fortunately we have relatively low volumes and speeds. Joe Max, the volume is going to increase. The number of lanes is going to increase. We have significant safety and access concerns, and the deceleration allows vehicles, regardless of the number of vehicles, to actually pull out of the traveled way, avoiding the concern for rear-end collisions or other such type of collisions, to get out of the roadway to make their turn. Any new access constructed on an arterial or parkway requires a deceleration lane. So there are plenty of examples. Terramar Boulevard, I don't recall. I don't think the CIP extends to that, extends all the way to Terramar Boulevard with the improvements.
Correct.
And Madam Chair and Commissioner Member Fighter, understandable, but the standards that we have today are applied today. The standards from yesterday we cannot retroactively apply to every location, and we have a lot of locations that don't have those deceleration lanes. This particular location, as Ms. Deaver had said, is not accounted for in the CIP project.
Does Ms. Deaver or Deputy Director have any comments? I didn't know if she did. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioner, we've been working with the applicant for some time in terms of the timing of what improvements would be needed for Jomax. Considering the progression that is occurring on Jomax, they are beyond the time when we can change the design, and we're moving forward with that design ahead of time. So at this point, any requirements for improvements, meaning the deceleration lane to address the safety concerns and to come into compliance with the access management guidelines, would be on the applicant in order to provide those improvements.
All good. Thank you, Commissioner Fider. Are we all good, commissioners? All right, Commissioner Cottrell.
73rd Avenue going south of there. The applicant mentioned the HOA, I'm assuming the HOA objected. But isn't that a public street? Does Peoria not control that right away? And if so, why are you basically permanently locking in a dead-end street on 73rd and with the turnaround here, the Hammerhead turnaround here?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'll start it. Chris may chime in. Should we had proposed access to 73rd, I think we would probably be still further in conversation with a number of residents behind us, not wanting to have direct access from Jomax going through their neighborhood. So in respect to the residents, we are maintaining the wall as being provided, and this is the safest solution for these two units. So all in all, we believe this is the best application for this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any more other commissioner comments, questions? Commissioner Fider.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
He's like, I have to be. All right, thank you so much.
We
I
just
actually,
to your point, we did also raise some concern about the turning radius, the deceleration lane. The only thing that I wanted to point out is that, and I think I meant that at the beginning of the presentation, if that lot stays as it is right now without any connection, legally, the owner who happens to be here, they can access to Jomax. That cannot not be denied. That's their access. So theoretically, they can have their driveway facing Jomax and backing into it without requiring a decel lane, because they're allowed to use their property as they wish, as a single family. The only reason the decel came is when we wanted to do the 2-lane. We are agreed to it, but we've agreed to the conditions, I guess, to answer your question. But I do also, as an architect and planner, I believe that it's an overkill for 2 lots when, as you mentioned, I don't know if it's 600 feet to the right, you're making a right into that subdivision of hundreds of homes, and there's no deceleration lane whatsoever, but we're doing one to the same standards of 100 feet to 100 feet stacking plus 150, so it's 250 feet, which goes past our property, which we are going to improve. So we are agreeing to that, one of those agreeing in protest, so to speak.
thank you so much, and I'm grateful for Commissioner Fider for catching that. Those were some good comments. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and does staff have any response or remarks? Okay. I will now open the public hearing. We only have one speaker on item 5R, Mr. Daniel Estrate or Estrate?
That's me.
Oh.
So I filled one out too because I didn't know if I needed to.
Okay,
So
perfect.
that's mine. You can
All
discard
right,
it.
I will now close the public hearing. Perfect, okay. There we go. Thank you so much. You now be seated and we'll go ahead and move. An extra 3 minutes. And we'll move forward. All right, thank you for that. I know we've been here a little while, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and if there's no other questions and comments, ask the commissioners for a motion.
I motion to approve 5R case Z 23-14.
Properly moved by Commissioner Agia. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Properly moved and seconded by Commissioner Fider. Commissioners, can we please have a final vote? Thank you. Thank you, and the motion passes unanimously on our last item. Thank you. I have our last agenda item, which will be a call to the public on non-agenda items, and I don't believe we have any other speaker request forms, so we'll move along to reports from staff.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'll keep this real brief. I know it's late. All right, just our next commission meeting is November 20. We hope you can all join us. We're going to do a couple things. One, we're going to do an update on the Peoria Innovation Core, the entitlement projects. We'll give you an update on that. And also, that night, we'd also like to recognize and appreciate the commission. So we do have some goodies. So please come on out that night. Going forward into December, we do have one, maybe two cases that are getting ready for that meeting. We're getting to the point where we need to confirm if we're going to have a quorum or not, because we have to do notification. So typically, we would have a meeting on the first and third Thursday, so the 4th or I think it's 18th, right? 4th or 18th. And so we need to determine if we can do a special meeting on December 11th, and if not, would December 18 work? I think our preference is December 11th here. So I want to take a poll to the commission tonight just to determine if we can have a quorum for December 11th. Okay, so you're a no. Yes. Understood.
I will be nowhere else.
That definitely takes precedence. Him and his beautiful wife need to celebrate her. And
Are you trying to reschedule one of the
So,
meetings
this is
to the 11th?
Yep. So what we're looking to do is, rather than have a meeting on the 4th and the 18th, we're trying to see if we can combine that into one special meeting. So we're looking at the 11th. If the 11th doesn't work, we can still go to the 18th. So those are the two options there.
See, the 18th is even closer to Christmas.
It
but
is.
As any other, we just need quorum, and quorum will be 4 commissioners. And so I can be here as chair. Is there 4 commissioners that can be here December 11th?
I can be here.
Commissioner Cottrell, Commissioner Gia, myself, Vice Chair, or Commissioner Gaynor?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that means we'll have quorum. Thank
And
you.
that's for the 11th, right?
The 11th.
Okay,
There we go.
so,
And the 18th.
okay.
All right.
So we'll work for the 11th. We do have a couple, one, maybe 2 cases. There is going to be some public interest, not to the level tonight, but there will be some public interest that evening. So very important to make sure we have a quorum that night. Thank you. That's all we have.
Can
I just make one comment after tonight? I just want to thank you.
Yes.
You all folks, because you've been dealing with this project for a long time.
Yes.
And it was starting to be attacks there, and I just appreciate you guys. I've been working with you on these cases for a long time, and your professionalism has never faltered, not once, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, can we give our city staff a hand? Yeah, no, thank you. And thank you for what y'all do for the city. All right, we're gonna move on to commissioners' report. I'm sorry, commissioners, 30 seconds and we'll be out of here. Any other commissioners have a report? All right, this past November 4th, I had the opportunity to be at Rio Vista Community Park and celebrate Dia de los Muertos. This is perfect because this is a public space, and I talk about intentional planning all the time, and that people truly build memories in these public spaces that our city intentionally has in their general plan. And so this is a perfect example. There was a lovely young lady, a friend, Vanessa. She celebrated her mother, and she said that she remembers having birthday parties at parks and just knows that this was just special to her, and thanks the city of Peoria for having so many public spaces where we can build memories and build belonging. So thank you all. I know that we have some other things coming up. I know the mayor mentioned this, but it's very important. On November 11th, we will be at Rio Vista Community Park because it's Veterans Day. So 8:30, I hope that a lot of people will be there to honor our veterans as well. Thank you all, commissioners. I will now adjourn this meeting. Thank you.